knew I was about to play games and shit. So I was like, man,
Yes.
I want a snack though. So I opened a bag of these chips. And then I'm like, man, I don't want to get my chips or my hands all keyboardy and dirty and, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm eating my chips with chopsticks. It works. I see people online do this shit, and I was like, fuck it, bro. I get it. Good chip. Spicy queso.
Nice.
Yeah, chicken breast, egg whites, and chicken broth.
That's what's
13,
in it.
13 grams of protein. I tried the chicken and waffle ones earlier. Dude, that shit tasted
Hmm.
like straight chicken and waffles.
Hmm.
I can't get this chip. It's more work than fucking anything else. Come here, little piece of shit. All right. I'll come back for those. My hand's cramping up. Are you in a game?
No. I'm cleaning my gun, and my hands are all lube.
I'll eat my chips.
Ben took me. I've been annoyed that she doesn't know how to shoot at all. I'm like, I have a gun. I leave it at the house, so if anything ever happened, you could use it, but you don't know how to use it. So for my birthday, she went to a shooting range with me and shot it. But then after we shot like 60 rounds, it started like malfunctioning. And I was like, yeah, I haven't cleaned that bitch in like 2 years. So it's like, it'd be real bad if anything happened. I'd be like, all right, Jen knows how to shoot, and she'd shoot it once and malfunction. She doesn't know how to fix it. Be like, fuck.
Be like real life Tarkov.
Yeah, yeah. Alt P, Alt Shift, and Z.
She just runs to your computer. She's like, what was
Yeah,
that hotkey again?
yeah. Where's that? Where's that sticky note? Oh, there it is. Okay, Alt Shift. Stop working.
Dude, these chips slap, bro.
Which ones are they again?
Wild.
Why?
Let's see the ingredients here. Antibiotic-free chicken breast. That's number one. Egg whites, chicken broth, aged cheddar, which you can't have, right? Yeast, the milk. Yeah, they got dairy in them. That sucks.
Yeah.
They fucking slap, though. They're so good, I'd pop a pill and eat these.
Hmm.
Like, I used to eat the Quest ones.
Oh, that's what
Which the Quest ones
Brody
are...
eats.
Yeah, the Quest ones are good. But, like... I was like, man, I only like the Cool Ranch one because they taste like Doritos. But these, like,
Yeah.
taste exactly like what the flavor is. Like, chicken and
Okay.
waffles, literally, I was like, Katie, I want chicken and waffles. And this is spicy queso, and I'm like, I feel like my ass is eating fucking Mexican food.
Huh.
It slaps, bro. They're crazy how good they are. I found them because Goth was talking about them, and I was like, protein chips? I'll try those.
Mm-hmm.
Solid. 10 out of 10. What we're going to do. Oh. Hey. Apex Legends.
That's what we're playing?
No.
ALGS.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch that while you do your shit.
While I'm lubed.
Hopefully my game opens back up. I like ALGS, man. People are playing weird ass shit right now because all the characters are about to change.
Mm-hmm. So what? They're just memeing?
I mean, kinda. Like TSM was playing Bangalore, Caustic.
Big one on the board.
Bangalore, Caustic.
I feel like they've gotten some attention, but at least for me, their performance in day 2 where they
Bloodhound.
out in terms of damage and came through on the differential as well as something
In scrims, that's who they were playing. So I think they're
Mm-hmm.
cooking, getting ready for when the change happens.
On top of that, I want to give a big shout out to Game and Gladiators kind of jumping now.
That comes out Tuesday.
Picking up flat here, everybody.
All right, now let's start talking about some of these teams because Tiff, you mentioned it
New
earlier.
season and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Teams that did phenomenally last time around.
Yes, sir.
OXG. So talk to me about them a little bit.
Oh, Oxygen, man. They've had a
Yeah.
at the start of the
Hey.
split one. They eventually leave their home of Barometer on Storm Point and dare I say have very lackluster performances to kick things off. I believe they got 11 points on match day 1, maybe 5 on match day 2, but they know, they tweet out, they go, we're going back to Barometer, and they return on that
I've been watching Shiv in ALGS too. He has a
and you know what? It pays
his team ain't doing great, but
win on the day. Even with a game going so far back
Yeah,
they're
it's been
doing all right.
playing.
Mm-hmm. He got in because he won Pro League, or he didn't win Pro League, but he got close to winning, like second
Mhm.
place or third or something like that. But like something happened with the other teams where they were caught cheating or something.
They have to go up against 9 Lives Esports.
So yeah, Shiv, Mandy, and Zeri are all on a team.
And he was like, dude, the contest has been really consistent, right? So 9 Lives are putting up a fight. They do not want
He's
to
always
lose.
played with Mandy, right?
Look,
No,
maybe you can chow the BR demons.
he used to play with Diff, and Diff was playing, and then Diff dropped out of their team because they didn't like feel like they meshed well or something like competitively. I don't know. But then they got another team and did really good. But now that they're in ALGS, they're not doing great. I mean, they're doing okay. I mean, they're not like top 10 or anything, but
Yeah.
they're doing better than I could. Shit.
Legacy. It feels like one of the most dramatic falls of maybe any one of these 3 here. 5th in the
I'd fucking quit.
championship, now into a position where they are just a point above relegation.
All right.
You can check out that stat line, and something I will note is that it has
Turn
improved,
this shit up.
especially on the World's Edge for them, where they kind of find themselves away from the current contest against Moist, with most recently their highest placement yet in 4th. Now, if you're a huge Legacy fan, I do want to let you know, though, that this is a team that has
I
seen
can't
this
wait for
before.
Final Fantasy.
We talk about the previous split for Legacy.
When's that?
They actually started
29th.
the first 2 match days off worse with less points.
demo came
than
out,
we
dude. The demo
currently
slapped.
have now in our overall.
They're so good.
So definitely sleeping, but ready to wake up.
And then this
That's
summer
a good
is
point
the
there, Zephyr, but I'm
expansion
going to
for
go ahead
14.
and turn
the
my
new one.
attention to the sleeping giant of Sentinels. Now, I'm a big Alex fan over there, the analyst for Sentinels, that roster of RKN, Borealis, and Zenile. I don't know why that name was trying to slip by me here. We got some split 1 statistics for them, and over the course of 12 matches, they've accumulated 29 eliminations, but the average is 2.42 per map, and that placement, though, is that 10th place threshold. And when I spoke to Alex, He's basically just saying, let me cook. Just give me a second and may the zones be ever in our favor. Now, granted, they were in 18th place on the prior showing for A and C, and I feel like they have nothing to lose here, and their only trajectory is to go up, and I expect them to wake up here today.
Absolutely. And then, of course, the final sleeping giant is Xset. We couldn't not talk about Xset, the roster of Nocturnal Fun and Koifel, a team that we've literally watched dominate the region in seasons past. Someone we know that can have insane performances, and they're just not there yet. Now, to be fair, Xset's only played twice so far. So
Oh yeah, it's the
definitely
anniversary
where they are in that
update
leaderboard.
too,
But
so they're
we're
getting a
also
bunch of
just not
skins
getting the
and
performances out of them
stuff
that
like
we
that.
are used to. When they do perform well, they're also slaying out while getting those placement points on the board. But they're just kind of taking a little bit of time to warm up, okay? And I think one of those things that will assist in that process of really picking up their performance here is the new addition of Koifel to the roster. We can't not speak about him. Obviously, only a couple of playdays under his belt, but already from day to day, we are seeing improvements. One of the youngest controller players we have in ALGS right now, I mean, he has massive
I bought an electric air duster today too.
on his shoulders, combined with the expectations
I'm about
that
to
we
clean
already
everything
had
up in this
of
room.
Xset in general.
Dirty
So you
ass
can
spray it,
just
just-
see how there's probably
Oh.
5k damage on match day 3 with just those 8 kills. That's something that they can absolutely work with, and you know Nocturnal is going to be doing his best to nail down that team synergy and make sure that it all works together. Now, obviously, if we're talking about Xset, we couldn't not talk about Hodsick as well. So we got an opportunity to catch up with Hodsick before all of this. First of all, to get his thoughts on the new addition of Koifel to the roster, but also what their game plan is heading into the rest of the season.
Hey guys, this is Xset Hodsick. I'm the coach, and my players are Nocturnal, Fun, and Koifel. It's been a bit... It's frustrating because this is the third player in 3 years that we've had to work with. So, you know, it's nothing we haven't faced before, but he's been... I was a little worried going into it because, you know, he is only 17. He's still in school and all that. But it's honestly been really, really refreshing. I mean, he's been a huge breath of fresh air to the team. He's been really fun to work with, and he's a really, really smart kid with a really good head on his shoulders. I mean, you know, oftentimes you worry about people being a little bit too like childish when you haven't had that much, like, you know, adult life experience, but he's you wouldn't guess that he's 17 with how mature he is. So he's been really fun to have on the team so far. I mean, our goal is simply, obviously, to make LAN, right? We've never been in this situation. We've always done really well in Pro League, but basically, I feel like we're just learning or going through the growing pains of, you know, a new third. This time around, we got off to a huge start with Koi. We were winning everything, but then I feel like only now we're starting to learn what it's like to be as a team. The honeymoon phase is worn off, and we are working together through all of our problems, but I think we'll hopefully come out through it on the other end much stronger than we started.
Ow!
I love that. I think that was kind of one of the questions that we had. We heard him talking about how Koifel is a new third, that they have to keep kind of going back and working with new thirds, but that there is just so much potential that Hodsick sees for once they have really nailed their entire team synergy down, Tiff, they might be unstoppable.
They might be. Now, granted, I've definitely watched a lot of their POVs, whether it be scrims, and granted, scrims are not like ALGS match days, but one thing that I do look at is the rotations when it comes towards getting into those next zones. And a lot of the pacing issues has been tough. And when I say pacing issues, it's just the rotations in general. Everyone and their brother has a 30-30 out there on Storm Point and World's Edge, and you just constantly have to make sure that you are finding cover, if any, on Storm Point throughout those rotations. And that's where I've noticed a lot of difficulties. I mean, I'm talking rogue frag grenades just knocking Fun right out of the mix. So that's, in my opinion, rotating from Cascades to like the more southern zones. You'd think that would be, you know, they have half the distance to cover it, but it's been really challenging. So hopefully they continue to bounce back, and that's what I'm keeping my eyes on.
Well, it'll be exciting to see what they can do heading into today, because match number 1 is almost ready to go, which means it's time for you two to kick into it. I can't wait.
Ooh, me neither. And we're kicking things off on Stormpoint. I'd love to go ahead and pull up those map rotations, Zephyr, because we have a lot to talk about. And I know we have some really cool things to share with the community. But Zephyr, I just need to hit it. We always talk about predictions in general. Tell me who you think's gonna win our map 1 while we look at this.
Ooh, deep into the
I
map
know.
1 guess already here. You know what? I'm going to say it's disguised out of nowhere. Underdog story, a team that's been on their train of improvement, and of course, taking licks from us early on in the broadcast. We'll see if they can come through and deliver.
I do love that, but yeah, we are going to be kicking things off on Stormpoint, similar to how we did in EMEA. Then we'll be kicking off our back half of the map series with the coveted tried and true World's Edge. But let's go ahead and look at the prior match day circles for North America. Now, this has been the biggest question. A lot of people talking, will we see northern zones on Stormpoint? Well, you did on match day 1. You got the one just by north of Black Diamond on the outskirts of Zeus Station. We were able to grab a southern mill zone and even a tidbit of bamboo forest over Barometer. But as you look towards match day 2, they were all north, Zephyr.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the proximity to the wall as a whole here, which kind of gives way to the impact of what we saw out of teams like Luminosity, right? Who got to have some of the first takes to areas like that. And so potentially now with further
I'm ready for the
rotations
maps,
out, in a
bro.
way, we might see some
Next
deeper
season, it's going to be
impacts from some of our
Stormpoint,
other squads.
Olympus,
But it'll start
and
off
World's
with some
Edge.
fighting early on here. Barometer, we've already discussed the 9 Lives Oxygen contest. And of course, Legacy
I miss
v
Kings Canyon.
Moist still
Fuck
trying
Kings
to
Canyon.
see if our giant will arise.
Who will leave?
I don't
Will
mind
Legacy
Kings Canyon.
vacate,
It's
maybe
better than what
take
it was
Village,
before.
maybe bump on over
Yeah.
to Devastated Coast, and even Minus Tempo himself was saying, keep an eye on Tech over there at Launchpad, because sometimes he'll drop down and grab the Trident North, take it back to Launchpad, maybe look for some engagements. But honestly, Drop in Gaming being able to acquire 36 points alone from the first 3 maps of Stormpoint on the prior match day meeting, and even LG from Zeus Station really bolstering their scoreline from those northern zones.
Yeah. One big kind of outlier here I will point out is DNO down there by the coastal camp, and you'll notice that the majority of their point score picked up in that first game alone there, coming out on top with 21 of their 27 points there. So even still, with the extension all the way north, they'll face their difficulties.
Difficulties aside, it's time to get into the dropship for map number 1. Will we see more northern Stormpoint zones for our North American region, similar to match day number 2, or will we head elsewhere? Time is only gonna tell us more, Zephyr, but I could not be more excited to see how some of these contests start to pan out. More importantly, over at Echo HQ.
Now, the very last thing I want to see here is potentially some predictions from you, but this contest might be something that we weren't predicting.
Ooh,
Potentially not.
This is tippable.
Interesting.
It looks like they're actually going to move on over to Devastated Coast for Legacy,
Right.
but the battle for
Show us
Barometer
the aliens.
is still happening.
Bet.
You see Oxygen, Aiden, Vayne, and Reeds taking that center spire. Aiden already grabbing himself a purple shield before they start to loot up. And honestly, an R301 Rampage is not a bad shot here, but we're going to swap it out for the Nemesis. Even more tippable there for Vayne.
Now, something I've noticed from both of these contests is the delay of action has increased over time here, especially in regards to our previous match days, where we have seen these teams meet up. For Oxygen extending as far as to the south here to delay this rotation, even in their struggles, and potentially what could be further action to get out of Dodge here in Barometer is something we'll have to wait and
Do 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 do. Boop 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 boop. Boom 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 boom. Boop 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 boop. Do 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 do. Let's see. The AM40. I don't have the AM40. Oh, yeah, I do. Hey. AM40, huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. TSM getting dick down. They're still in though. So it is what it is.
The Russians have been drilling Antarctic oil for years. Today is the day we cut the supply.
The
You will
Russians.
work with other task forces to bring the facility under U.S. control. Russian troops are on site, so expect heavy resistance. Get your gear sorted. Transport is waiting.
We've locked down Echo 2.
Our forces have begun an assault on Echo 1. Allied forces control Sector Echo.
Enemy aircraft in sector 150 meters. Fuck!
Our
Enemy
forces
air
have taken
support.
more sectors than the enemy.
Enemy
This is how
helo
we
on my
defeat them.
marker.
Come on, Wildcat, do something. Need me to work it?
Bravo is under our control.
What the fuck are you in, bro? I didn't even realize you were in here with me.
Yeah.
Our enemy is assaulting Echo 1.
I ain't hitting that shit. Coming back around. Oh, he blew up. I have thermal on here.
Sector Delta has been taken by the enemy. The enemy holds more sectors than us. Time to push up.
Oh. Oh, we're dead. Oh, no. Okay. I was like, he's going for it.
Look front.
Yo, back up, Terry. I don't have heals.
Friendly on the ground.
This dude has fucking wire on the front of it.
Enemy helo on my mark. Long range.
We only got 2 zones.
Yeah, dude.
Echo 1 under
I don't remember how to put my bipod out.
X.
Yep.
That's what mine is.
Just hold on, I can. Enemy surge. Squawking. 200 meters.
update. Not problem. Russians wrapped up territory fast. We've been forced out of Echo 1.
Bro, they're capping E2.
Defend this area.
We're rooting for you.
I'm getting out. Fuck this.
I hate this map.
Push
Yeah.
the enemy off that
Decided I
objective.
just don't like it.
We don't ever spawn on the other side. It's like super one-sided, I feel like.
I know.
Forces have seized Sector Charlie.
And I think the problem is everybody tries to snipe. Like, everyone tries to snipe.
Yep.
Oh, shit, I'm gonna die.
Sector Delta is under our control.
Our troops have lost an objective.
We're now securing Echo 1. They're making us pay for every inch we gain here. The enemy has control of Echo 2.
Try to go back to
If we
Echo
don't
1.
stop them, they'll take every sector.
They have every sector. The fuck you mean? No, they don't. We have the C's now.
We have begun our attack on Echo 2.
God, fuck me, bro. They're all coming from E behind. Oh, you want to fucking teabag me, bro? From miles away? I'm gonna hunt this bitch down. They're gonna get it.
Marking Swift, 110 meters away.
Oh, there's a vehicle up here.
Hostiles have Sector Delta.
Requesting a medic. Need medical assistance. Do not try to assist.
Oh man.
Yeah, buddy.
I got spare ammo.
They're attacking one of our objectives.
They're up above us. Come
They have
down.
pushed up Charlie 1.
Got
Did
him.
you get him?
Yeah.
Hostiles are taking an objective.
Mark the objective.
There are 6 over there.
We'll keep you informed. Loud and clear, Irish.
I didn't even see this dude. Fuck me, man. He's up above, jumping down to C2 now. We're losing C2 as well. Shit.
The enemy has conquered Charlie 2.
Take ammo here.
They've occupied Sector Charlie.
Rigging
I
up
just shot the
protection.
pilot out of that helicopter.
We have started an attack on Charlie 2.
Here, take some ammo.
Multiple.
I'm terrible. Almost.
Watch yourself, Drew.
I'm terrible.
50%.
I was just miss
Sector
every
Delta
single
was just
pistol
taken by our
shot.
forces.
Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Majority of sectors under our control.
A majority of sectors under our control. Fuck me, dude. I spawned into getting shot. Like, they're all right here. And another one over there. Fuck me. They got a jammer now too.
Coming to help! Hold on!
We have lost control of an objective. Hostiles have
What the
seized Echo
fuck was
2.
that?
There's a bunch. There's a bunch down here now. You guys are right. Over here.
Dude. There's no one coming back besides us for this fucking zone.
Sector Bravo just fell to the enemy.
All right, we're gonna get him.
The enemy has been effective. They now control more sectors than us.
The enemy is focusing on Echo 1. New objective under control.
Incoming fire!
Tank back there.
Hostile forces pushed us back from Echo 2.
Tank got shit on. There's a guy back here too. Keep hitting him. Alright, that guy's dead.
Echo 1 not secure anymore. Just took Sector Echo.
We're about to attack Echo 1.
Support drop available whenever you're ready.
Up on the iceberg up here.
Echo 2 now secure.
I know he's up there. I just saw him.
Eyes up! Eyes front!
Sector Echo captured. Good work.
Patching up the vehicle!
Hell yeah. That's how we do it. Double repair, bro. Dude, these guys are so upset. Oh shit. Never mind. They're dead too.
Oh, magic!
A little lower. We're hurt.
Outcome looks promising. We control the
I'm
majority of
fixing
sectors.
it!
Oh.
Dang.
Oh, there's another tank. That's why I didn't even see that tank up there.
Shit! They got one of us! Send me a transport vehicle!
Request received. Vehicle drop
Don't move!
incoming.
I'm coming to help! Help's here! Don't worry!
Bravo 1 under assault.
Nope. No! Oh, that was a mess, bro. We kept switching, trying to get
Charlie's under enemy control.
Oh, man.
Oh, we
It
just spawned
is-
right next to it.
I think I got blown up, didn't it?
Oh, I don't. Nope.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'm coming. We can repair it anyways.
Tank located. Too far to judge.
All right, I'm on.
Let's get you back in the fight!
Look at that sniper.
Where's he at?
Right here.
We now hold more sectors than they do. Good work.
I'm dead.
We lose more troops and this is over. Just lost Sector Alpha to the enemy.
Got him.
Nice. I'm up in a mountain. Tank blew up out there too. I saw that shit. I'm gonna go D1. It's getting taken.
Have to reload!
One of our objectives is under attack.
Grenade going out!
Bravo is taken by the
One down.
hostiles.
Most sectors are under enemy control.
250 meters away. Tango spotted.
Damn.
We've lost this battle. The Russians outplayed us here.
Get me off that map. Bro, that's crazy. The pick rate for Bangalore right now in ALGS is 100%. Every team has one.
Jeez.
That's wild. Oh, well, unlocked a shit ton of stuff. What's a HE shell for the tank?
The call just came in.
What is that? Vehicles. What tank were we running? I think it was this one. There we go.
I'm gonna go eat, Chris.
Okay.
Then I'll be back.
Bet. I think we might watch some ALGS in the meantime. Chat. Let me pull that up again. Nope, not who I wanted. There we go.
Sentinels cannot catch a break right now. They try to go a little bit aggressive and are instantly third-party native, though, getting pushed up by big gaming gladiators who come into the building right after. And everybody being so close means that the second these fights happen, if you're not ending them quickly or if you're not disengaging and getting somewhere safe, someone is ready to try and clean it up to clear out the area or get that KP on the board. Native make the choice to disengage, play this a little bit safer, don't want to have to force it if they don't have to, and now GG will be living in that building.
Personally, I was surprised with that too, because there was a very minor split between Klein there, and so I'm glad that they are able to find their way back up to fight. But those two positions likely to be something permanent for the remnants of our rosters. For Moist, though, they're nowhere close to our zone, but still finding themselves in a place of action here. 5th overall right now, picking up some early KP would continue to protect a little bit of a lead that they've found.
You know, they might not have gone for that contest with Legacy, but they've got similar rotational paths, and that's who they're dealing some poke damage down onto as they're both trying to push their way through pylons so they can get somewhere a little bit safer into the next zone. And this might be a little bit of a stalemate back and forth here. Obviously don't want to let Legacy get an easy rotate, but they can only hold on to it for so long.
Skirt on other sides here, actually in one of the more surprisingly playable areas of this zone that has yet to really be taken. I wouldn't say down beast, but the outskirts of the west still very much an available option. I do worry though with DNO just behind them out towards the mill. If they opt to play even further south, could be taken advantage. And for Disguised, this might be an excellent game here. Already getting a sneak peek of that ring, allowing them to contest and stay alive out towards the west for a lot longer than most of these teams will
I'll be
have
back,
to
chat.
deal with on the interior of Checkpoint.
Yeah, it's just what they did last match too. They went into the area of the zone that literally nobody else was in. Everyone was further north towards Pylon, and they decided to go to the south edge, and they were able to hold that position all the way through until the end game. It looks like they're setting themselves up to do something similar here as we now check in with TSM, a team that actually went out very unexpectedly up against Moist in match number 1, and you know they were not happy about that.
No. Especially after what was supposed to be a consistent on the push. I like the fact that they are opting for this northern rotate. They've got the same mind as teams like Disguise here, able to play out a more defensive position from the western side, potentially, if they don't opt for the checkpoint choke. Granted, I think fighting into checkpoint directly from this northern position is something that rarely works out, especially with drop-in flying above and Disguised. Shots on the west.
Drop in, going past Disguise though, still leaving them that area. But as we kind of see where they're opting to hold right now, they are on the north side of this zone. Potential for TSM to rotate their way through straight into DSG's path based off of where TSM was. So that's something we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on, as Drop-In Gaming look like they found a place that they want to hold for now, with, like you said earlier, Zephyr Skirt right on those outskirts.
Just on the edge, where the name states and where they belong here, and they're going to continue to find their way deeper into the edge. They're back into the zone there, dropping gaming shots, pushing them farther and farther away. That could have been a really good spot held by them early, and instead kind of taken away.
Oh,
whoa.
Checking back in with that rotate out of TSM. Like I said, running straight into DSG. An opportunity here to kind of figure out the game plan, as they have at least this bunker to hold out in for the time being. They are right on the inside of this next zone for now, but they know that DSG is going to definitely be gatekeeping them as much as possible, and taking TSM out of the lobby every single time is you know that that's what these teams are gunning for.
But this is something, I mean, I think TSM are happy to have in their wheelhouse in comparison to a lot of these other fights. I mean, this is just a direct 3v3 situation for this roster to come out on top of. It's unlikely that we see teams from Checkpoint dropping off of their height, and even further rotations out and away from the down beast would be very unusual. So it's all about the approach here. One, though, that apparently might have meat on the other side.
Got a little nervous for a second there, I'm not gonna lie. Meat Lovers opt to go through a different choke instead of wrapping all the way around right into the path of TSM. They would have potentially pinched TSM between themselves and DSG. Instead, they go a more direct route to where the next zone is going to be, but also might potentially run across a couple of teams in the process. So we'll have to see just how safe they make that rotation. Might be able to find a home for themselves as we try and see what Moist is doing. Just barely on the outskirts of the next ring, so they're trying to move themselves into a slightly safer position with at least one squad in their crosshairs, making this a little bit more difficult.
DNO was the team that was in mill here earlier this game, and it's going to be 9 lives this time around on the other side. Oxygen also potentially within a realm to pinch here, and while it has not been the best starts for Oxygen, we're past the contest at this point. All right, they're looted up, they're running and gunning, so potentially able to lay in some great impacts, as 9 pressures from one side and Moist with the other is something we will have to watch out for.
Oh, you can see on the minimap there just how many teams are about to engage 9 lives. We're looking at Moist now. It's Skirt trying to push their way through, hearing those shots and wanting to see if they can follow up with it. 9 lives now down to 2, trying to keep themselves alive here.
Gonna blast out the door there for just a moment more, as Laser is in the midst of being stuck on the revive. Scurry fully eliminated, as Dynasty able to find a bit of the dance back into the House of Health here. Phoenix Legacy, or my apologies, a Phoenix kit available on the other side for some recovery.
Checking back in on what was going on with TSM and DSG. Looks like TSM have backed off here just a little bit. Still kind of going back and forth with that poke damage, but haven't fully decided if they want to push towards DSG or opt out of it and wrap back around this other choke where a couple teams have also made their way through. But TSM, like you said, they know they've got a straight up 3v3 right now. Otherwise, somebody would have intervened by now. And this might be a fight they're willing to take.
This is so difficult for TSM to cross this open gap, but they have finally been able to shore it up even slightly, and that's going to be the wall from the other side. Make it 2 to give them what I actually believe would be a good amount of cover to get into the action, but how? Brought down in the middle of a gravity lift. It's a 2v3.
Oh, the 30-30 putting in work for enemy there. And now DSG are going to try and make that push and see if they can clean this up. Burr also does not want to make it easy on DSG. Doing a good job, at least taking down Designful. They're starting to get low, but TSM are doing a fantastic job playing this defensively. Eventually just down to Reps, trying to see what he can do with the Volt here. DSG trying to clean this one up. Fantastic smoke, keeping Reps alive right now. Zephyr, he almost closed that one out.
It's just too difficult to get behind the double knocks, and in this moment of weakness for both of these rosters, what could have been an incredibly clean fight in position is instead leapt upon by the likes of Moist here. A perfectly timed third party that should set them up amazingly for this endgame circle. As if, I mean, you'll take a look at it, we are heading to the outside checkpoint. Nobody gets to survive.
Nobody thought this was going to happen, but Moist, like you just said, look how beautiful their position is. Now nobody can wrap around from behind that mountain that's right behind them. They've got some cover that they can work with, and they'll be on a slow-ish side of the zone so that they can just kind of sit there and wait for everybody else to take each other out as they have to make their rotations in.
Well, for Native and crew, everyone knows now in the interior it's going to be a do-or-die rotation ahead, so you might as well pick up the KP while you can. For Native, down Claim, but still have the safety of a potential conduit for the upset in a 2v3. From behind, taking shots in, and as a result, will be dropped out in 11th, with now Evolution potentially looking on the other side.
It's all going to come down to which teams start making their moves early here, trying to solidify a little bit of space. So many of them had set up in the buildings that it's going to be tough. Like you said, Evolution going through right now. They actually are holding this choke pretty well. They've managed to clear out the space around them, and they know anyone that wants to get to the zone, that tried to set up in checkpoints, going to have to rotate past them, and they might be able to do a little bit of gatekeeping here. Meanwhile, LGs are struggling to get out of the rest of these teams.
Stuck above with Sweet down below. Furia from behind is never the team you want to be taking damage from. Meat also likely to drop just as quickly right in from Luminosity. This evac's got to come in clutch to keep this team going.
I raise my camera
They definitely
again, bro.
don't get out naturally here, so they're going to be landing directly in the heat of these fights.
Ooh. That was definitely a difficult rotation, but LG drops straight down and opt to go for this fight. So let's take a quick listen in and see how the rest of it plays out.
No, don't res yet, don't res yet, don't res.
I'm resing. I'm playing other side of the wall.
No Q.
In the zone, dead.
Smoke, no Q. Just show player.
Phoenixing.
Player, hold.
Above.
No Q.
Arc there.
I'm
playing logo on me. Really good.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm bapping. Dude. Northwest. Sweet on your side. Northwest. On your side. I'm here. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you guys. Bang one. Two nice. One was over here. I think under.
Res.
Okay, I'm looking for the third.
I'm ready.
You res. I'm smoking it. I have a swap. We're fine. No one nears.
He's running.
Popping a Phoenix. There's might be a team above us though, guys.
Yeah, I need ammo. You're good.
Yeah, I think they are. Right here, guys.
Take this. Yeah, we're good. Take this fucking.
I'm popping ult XL. I'm dropping ult XL, so you need conduit ult for that corner right now. You need conduit ult. You shoot your conduit ult there and we kill them. They cannot cross, okay? We need a conduit ult above us.
Yes, do you want me to jump up and conduit them?
I'm looking. Yes. You need a conduit ult.
10%.
Under one. Keep holding, 10%. Get wall, player. We can win this game. We can win this game. I have wall.
We need to conduit off this and then back up and hold them.
Kraber.
Okay. I'm dropping wing here, Funk. Grab the wingman, please.
I need the wing.
Take the wing out of this body. Okay, yeah, you're right. We just walk in here, okay?
I'm stressed out.
I have a digi.
I need an extra one if you see one.
It should be in the box. It should be in the box.
I have a digi. I have one. I'm good. You guys are good. Keep your digi.
Okay, I'm popping him. Everyone take a breath.
From a sky nade above to damage and more, Luminosity survive a double pinch here. Exit now landing out just ahead of him, finding damage where they can. A crack foul with Koifel on the other side, laying in with the 30-30 will eliminate them. Essentially caught with their pants down. I will say it doesn't get much better for Xset. Keon on the other side, making this actually what looks like just a direct 1v1 here as that zone, well, it's gonna be doing most of the damage.
Wondering if Keon was going to try and do anything with his rat status to see if he can maybe clean this up, make it more difficult than it needs to be. It's exactly what he does. Clearing out Xset, now having this entire side of the zone to himself. So that means we're really just focusing on Moist and drop-in gaming to balance out and see if Keon can play spoiler for any of it.
Oh, well, for Moist already, double knocks found with, well, I'll tell you what, the energy barricade doing most of the work from a cleanup on TSM and design to now a 1v3 that's a victory lap for Moist.
Oh, Keon just a little bit too far away, and Moist completely close out with style. Match number 2, and that was well deserved because yet another situation here, Zephyr, where we had to watch them rotate from pretty far away. A few times they ran into Legacy along similar rotational paths. Then they were able to put themselves up in that northeast portion of the zone, completely cleared it out for themselves, and were able to just hold it and play the rest of the game so smart.
I'll tell you what, if you're either Disguised or TSM right now, you are feeling really bad about having difficulties with those early fights because it was a guaranteed, assured win there for them in the end. And I know we like to talk about the resurgence of a lot of squads, but for Moist, I mean, come on. Second place the last time ANC met up. I mean, it's to no surprise that they've got to pick up at least one win on the day of.
I mean, they looked great. They were not afraid to take some really aggressive third parties, took out big names in the process, got themselves a priority position in that zone. So that was a well-deserved win on behalf of Moist. But yet again, Storm Point has not been disappointing all day, Zephyr. These games have been fantastic.
As I say, the chaos of the open-ended first game to now the illusion of checkpoint into the edge of the western side of Down Beast has made it, I mean, a bit frustrating to say the least for some of these squads out there, but winners will be crowned nonetheless.
The real question is, did Tiff do this? Did she call this and we don't know it?
That's right. Collusion behind the scenes. I'm kidding. It's just a candle, a different C-letter word.
Oh man,
What?
I'm excited to see.
I don't understand the reference.
And where a lot of these teams ended up, because there was definitely a point where I lost track of just how many kills we were getting on the board for some of our top squads, and I think they ended up being a little bit more spread out than we realized as well. Hopefully Moist, though, like you said, popped off last time that these groups saw each other. They have found a little bit of a groove here this time around. I'm loving having them in this region.
Oh, absolutely, especially finding themselves, in or well above the tempo alongside most of these squads. And the same can be said for a team that rhymes with, well, I don't know what it rhymes with. Dark Zero. There's no word that rhymes with Dark Zero, I don't think. If there is, let me know. Mark is a hero. There you go.
Yeah, it's close.
It's not a word.
A hero, yeah, I'll take it. I guess there is the whole Zero to Hero song, so there's that.
Oh.
All right, yeah. You know what? We'll take a look at our series results, see how everything played out for some of these teams. Or we'll take a look back at the LG fight right now so we can see how that... Okay, honestly, this is actually something we need to take a look back at because, Zephyr, this was insane. Not only do they go for an insane rotation, but they drop straight down into a fight and just unload their entire kit. There was a point, and this was it, where I did not think they were going to be able to survive, but not only do they stick the res, but then Sweet finds them the safest spot possible that they could have possibly given themselves a reset in.
Yeah, down here on the low ground, underneath, just in the cubby hole of zone, as they dance between the wall, is the answer that Luminosity finds, like you said, directed from Sweet of all people. So between Gaiman, of course, and Furia as a whole, kind of find themselves in difficulty. And then, of course, the major super ordnance from above to give themselves the access they need to leap onto this high ground and take advantage of this position is finally what gives Luminosity their credence in this area.
Beautiful, beautiful performance. And honestly, if they didn't have exit here, there's a very real possibility that they could have pushed up from this area of the zone and ended up winning the whole thing. But like you said, exit shut them down on that side of things. As we take a look for these match 2 results, and this is kind of what we were expecting. Like I said, I think the kills were a little bit more spread out than we realized, and that's exactly what we've got all the way through the top 5 right now, Zephyr.
All right, Exet, Luminosity, Fury, and Moist picking up the lion's share, with Drop-In, of course, having themselves that surviving position out in the west as well to at least pick up third to equalize things out. But in terms of the overall standings across the board down as we go, Gaming Gladiators, the only other team to really put up a fight in their early, I'll say, pickups.
I mean, this was a really strong Storm Point match for a lot of these teams. We'll take a look at the second page as well and see where they shook out. We saw some early engagement, obviously out of 9 lives. Saw this last time around too. They're still getting some KP due to that contest down there, and then finding a few on those rotations out as well. But it didn't stop OXG when it comes to how they were able to perform overall. Once again, though, we're still looking at Sentinels down there, struggling a little bit, as well as TSM just can't catch a break when it comes to some of these fights.
No, it has been a surprising issue, to say, when we talk about the isolated 3v3s that this roster tends to, I mean, be undeniable at when it comes to matching up against anyone in North America. Have not been able to find one whatsoever. First against Moist, now against Disguised. One last opportunity for them to shine here on Stormpoint and put up, well, some form of points, because right now, 19th is never the place I ever expected to be saying when it comes to that name.
I mean, to be fair, it's still early, you know? We still have some time on the day, and TSM are known for just putting themselves under unnecessary amounts of pressure and then just absolutely slaying out after. But right now, Moist and Legacy sitting comfortable at the top of our leaderboard after these first 2 matches. Really consistent performances out of both of them, especially when you look at Legacy with the placement points versus the KP, and this is something we love to see.
Oh, absolutely. They're tied up on the end, but still an incredibly close game, and one that notably shifted the success of these rosters completely on its head, with Moist, Drop-In, and even Exet making a return there. We didn't get a chance to discuss it in that versus fight, but they made an excellent decision off the back end of that evac to actually not go for the push into zone, but instead take the surprise Drop-In fight over Luminosity that they successfully won, and as a result ended up above them as a result.
All right, this is definitely setting up the last Storm Point match to be a really exciting one, and then we'll have to see what changes as we switch on over to World's Edge, but we're not there yet. We are not there yet. So before we get into any more action, EMEA got a sneak peek at this a little bit earlier, which means NA, now it is your turn. Obviously, Season 20 is right around the corner, and everything that you thought that you knew, well, you might not be so correct, okay? Whether it's competing in an updated ranked system that incentivizes combat, or playing in Mixtape and making your debut in Thunderdome, Season 20 will have you instantly queuing up for the next game. The new LTM Straight Shot will drop you into an even quicker Battle Royale experience, all while you earn the new Reactive R99 skin and more with the Battle Pass. So gear up and flex your style, legend. The world is watching.
Being a legend, it ain't just about winning, mate. It's an attitude you show up with. And with every bloody drop.
Put in 10,000 hours.
What a rush! I leveled up? Hell yeah!
Choice. Gonna get rough as guts. Come on now, bring it. Here we go. Patching myself up a bit. I never quit.
All eyes on us. We can't hide it when you just fly. You don't need no pilot.
That's the best you got, mate.
You can't crash this castle.
Way too real, need a moment of silence. Better luck next time.
Look at the time, stuck in my prime. To be this good, it should be a crime. Top of the line, one of a kind. Built for it all, still on the ground. We coming. You really thought you belonged in here with professionals? We survived. You misguided sod.
You think that's it? You aren't ready for this dance.
So tell me when to go. Feel bad when you came from the floor.
Underestimate me and pay the price.
It's our turn. Give me your next. Lights, cameras, high standards. Touch the top of that mountain. Nothing we cannot handle. Crowd, favorites, world's greatest. And I'm still with the same team. It's us versus everything.
I love when the spotlight's on me.
I'm
always watching.
You want to be a real legend.
Zoom in, zoom out, zoom up.
Game's changing, mate.
All eyes on us.
So however you used to drop.
Hardly a challenge.
It's time to drop a little hotter.
Like that. We are on the cusp of season 20 of Apex Legends, the 5th anniversary of Apex. And man, it has been a journey. When you think back to the first seasons that you have ever played on Zephyr, when did you start playing Apex? What is it, right at drop?
2019, in the heat of beta, I was there on a PC that couldn't even make it work, but I was playing.
I love that. Same for me. I started in 2019, but you got a sneak peek at that gameplay trailer that just dropped. But you at home can compete in ranked, updated with a high-risk, high-reward system that incentivizes those combat through each ranked split. Now, granted, I said the splits for ranked are coming back, and also we have these magnificent breakout rewards, the Wraith legendary skin. If you compete all 8
if the splits for ranked are coming back,
to go alongside it, but hear me out.
The map will change.
I like it. I'm gonna give it a
Or
solid
is the map
7 out of
staying
10.
3? Which one is it?
No, I'll give it an 8 out of 10. It's pretty cool.
It has been raised. The rating has increased. I'll tell you what, if that's what you're excited for, I'm excited for the anniversary event, especially because Apex has gone out of their way to target so many of our favorite creators, and I think that's awesome. From Orax to Vicky Palami to Shiv, and heck, even Rain Day. He got to have his own R99 skin.
Can you imagine? That man got to play a season earlier and was probably putting out so much content to go alongside it. But make sure you tune in, check all the social medias to see a sneak peek of those creator skins. But as we look towards our map rotation ahead of us, that final map on Stormpoint. Congratulations to Legacy and Moist Esports, both waving that white flag of Echo HQ, no longer contesting, but both finding success.
I love that. Neighbors in arms here on the southeast, and while the zone maybe isn't directly pulling there, we still feel its influence in the people it brings are strongly rooted into terms of success on Stormpoint. We'll see if we potentially reintroduce that side of the map, or maybe, I don't know, get something like Cenote.
Ooh, that would be interesting. I do love Cenote cave zones, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say. We did get a Ceto at one point, so we could go back that way. But for now, Legacy having a strong performance. Happy birthday, Coach Pastillo. We see you. We know you're out there and you're having fun.
Oh, it's a good start, but it needs to keep going here for these squads. The only two notables still remains in Native, and of course DNO still working with that Valkyrie, as we did get to see it just a little bit at the tail end of some of their rotations at the start of last game. But for the rest of our rosters, it is the Season 19 meta and more.
It is. It's Bangalore, it's Catalyst, and then a few remnants of Conduit, Bloodhound, and a multitude of other legends, but sheer talent, willpower, just ahead of the Season 20 changes, where things like Watson will come into the fray a little bit more. Now that the Interceptor Pylon has a perk that spawns Arc Stars, can only imagine. It's just like interesting to me. And then at one point, I think once you get to level 3 on the purple, I've been looking at memorizing a lot of these ahead of what's to come for match days. You can throw down 2 Interceptor Pylons. Do you get double the Arc Stars then?
I don't know if you get double the Arc Stars, but you don't get quite as much heals. Even still, it is a disgusting setup for them that we'll have to wait and see, as these teams will, of course, be taking advantage. And I'll tell you what, the scrims themselves will be probably the most entertaining that we've gotten to see. For now, though, Oxygen. This is some of the best loot they've started off with, but not a direct fight in comparison to the last or first time.
It's really tough because at the top of the show, we were talking about how Oxen just bounced back off of a match day win, returning home to Barometer on Stormpoint. Now, granted, they're finding themselves in a little bit of a similar situation here that they found themselves back on match day 2 in A and C, despite still having Barometer. This contest, though, which has been very hit or miss and kind of all over the place, because it's not really a direct contest. They're not really vying for the same position. It's whoever gets center of this circle here in Barometer, the next person takes high ground. And typically from there, they'll split off.
Yeah, it is a... I hesitate to say contest at this point anymore. Instead, these two teams are basically sharing this POI, which in the end is objectively making them both weaker. And this is when we start to see teams make that decision where they say, you know what, for the future, this is something that we're just going to have to adapt to and change, because it was in our last matchup of both A and C where, respectively, they finished 14th and 15th, as neither of them were able to get, good things running on Stormpoint.
Drop-in Gaming making their rotation towards that mid-map just south of Cascades. They got to get through first, but it looks like another team has hit an evac tower through rotation. Native makes their way on that approach, which, granted, you think about their rotation, they start in Ceto, so we're just hopping on over towards Cascades for Exit. Curious where they've
let's see
because you don't see them just
see
north
what's happening
of
up here.
Cascades. Not a far rotation for them either.
Well, I'm starting to see a little too many teams here in Cascades, which is starting to allude to what might be the setup for our zone. Xset's Coilful on the other side, already finding some of those initial knocks onto Drop-in Gaming, stunning as they just took to the evacs above, and with that at least landing, should be able to get the revive here with this coverage.
It does come through, and a Phoenix kit to join them. Jayon. All of them forced to pop the Phoenix kits, but with so many teams moving into Cascades, it's going to be really hard for one team to leave their building and make a full send push elsewhere. LG really putting the pressure on to Oversleepers, and Moist here taking on a little bit of split Gaming Gladiators.
Now, we've seen Moist on the edge the last 2 games here, and it was last time around where it truly benefited them as they avoided being in the heat of action and checkpoint, forcing them to play on the outskirts, which in the end ended up being where these squads wanted to be. As a result, with first knocks onto DNO and potentially more, they do have to be respectful of gaming, but with the hard pull towards Cascades, it is the perfect opportunity for teams to keep moving in. I do like GKS's and LG's position more than anything. Could be one of those zones that we see finished out towards the no name of our zipline buildings of the north there.
This is really interesting because we did get a lot of northern zones on this last match day all around the wall, and even one that ended very similarly to where LG has positioned themselves, and Xset had played from the building just north of them, a little bit closer to where GKS is, to say the least, and it didn't really bode well for them, so I like where Xset has positioned themselves. The issue is if it does pull up more towards where Luminosity is, they're gonna have all of the congestion from cascades and such to deal with.
Well, hopefully these teams are taking their allergy medication.
I am. That's for sure.
That's good. That's good.
Drinking water, I'm taking allergy medicine, and I'm watching Evolution hit that evac tower.
That's the power of Apex Legends, folks. We get our health in order here, and for Evolution, they've got to get their position in order. Voodoo forced to drop down, and Yaz caught out as a result. Sentinels are very happy with the gift that has been delivered. A Prowler in Arcade Ends, and I mean, how can you lose it?
You don't. You let the auto Prowler absolutely do work. Now with the numbers in their advantage, we just start putting the pressure on the remaining team members.
Well, back to building at least for now, but I mean, that's the threat. That's job done. You know, that's you know, you make a single statement, you say stay out of our territory, okay? And then Sentinels, they're on their way to victory.
Are you a mob boss, Zephyr? What are we doing here?
You know what? It's not a far reach for a guy like me.
What can't you do? You hit him with a howdy.
Swim.
You know a lot of, oh, okay, fair enough. Swimming, that's fine. As long as you can cast Apex, I'm loving it at this point. But Sentinels, they pick up another one. Just consistently whittling down, leaving Euryce, the last member standing for Evolution. And I think Sentinels are proud and happy with that, so they're going to go ahead and disengage. But for now, the routing has occurred. Furia, his Watson, really wanting a second place overall on the board. And, well, if they've got a rat on Luminosity to make it happen and take their position, I think we've seen this before, specifically with Disguise and DNO.
One mad swing here with Funked and Sweet on the ready of edge. Something that Furia are unable to capitalize on, at least for now. Double Dark Veils down, make it impossible to push out of this, but it was an attempt.
It was something, that is for sure. Now Furia, back to the drawing board inside of Command Center. Now that Luminosity knows they're there, Sweet has probably conjured up at least 500 different scenarios of how they're going to take down Furia.
I can think of just the brain memes with the calculations appearing over his heads as Furia themselves are the threat upon their back. And the crazy thing is, they're actually a better set of resources and sustainability to potentially make something happen here. It's just that they don't have the full cooldowns anymore. So a bit of a shame, but ultimately in the end, contesting for the opposite side here, where you kind of get in towards that waterfall height, I mean, that's just as good, right? If they can go into a fight which is a lot more easy to access, should be able to find similar success.
I will say they don't get the eliminations onto Luminosity, but what they do get is that next zone information. And if you have Ring 3 and you know where you need to go, which is exactly what they're looking for, and you're kind of getting that inkling on their mini-map as Madness just finds the perfect spot for this evac tower, and coupled alongside the grav lift to get them up over halfway to make that less susceptible to getting shot at. So let's keep an eye on where they're going for. Playing down here at the bottom of this lift, which means the zone is not pulling towards Command Center.
Back down low, even in comparison to what we are used to, potentially back towards that river there, which I know for a fact there's multiple teams that aren't going to be prepared for a rotation like that. For Oversleepers mirroring what we just saw out of Furia, maybe potentially not towards the exit, but down south. We'll have to wait and see. This is a roster that has started today, I'll say hotter than usual, but at least for right now, hasn't eclipsed the points that we've seen previously. They need to continue to put it up on the board.
Very true. They need to bounce back after a non-preferential.
I was seeing what people were like, why did they aim down like that? That was weird.
With the new org buff and a wingman trying to fight a little bit further north. Multiple teams on the horizon and DNO Gaming just ahead of them.
10 seconds on a Radiant transfer here as they're sticking the natural heals that be. This is not a terrible position for Gaming Buyers, especially if no one's going to come from the south side. Narcstar and a couple of other ordinances, though, might force them to make a move.
That's a really good shout, because are they watching
Boom.
their back? The frag comes through, it does the damage, it finds True, but a Radiant transfer
Boom.
is there waiting to be able to get them back to full form, and they've already hit the shield bat accordingly. But as you see, DNO from the other side do have a pylon available.
Smokes down and Digi in hand for Nano. I mean, there's only so many options you can really work with, but for 9 lives, now on the back end here, one bad take, a couple of good shots poised out there could be their end. Lou with great response, drop that down.
As we get a good look at the map before we go back towards that DNO GG engagement, 9 Lives do hit the rotation out. They do not want to push through that tunnel, but the hard pull comes through, and Xset have situated themselves quite nicely for this Cascade Falls ending.
Well, we're back down south, up north, into Cascades now, to the buildings themselves. So far, squads still playing out from the height. I guess this ends up working whether they like it or not. Gaming Gladiators, as a result, are actually allowed to make the exit from the Jurassic Park choke. And well, Nine Lives behind the back of them here. See if they might be coming over, or potentially a bit later. Even Gaming Gladiators, though, isn't that interested about actually crossing the distance, given how open this can be. So just waiting things out.
We do have plenty of time. A team has hit the high ground. It could be a multitude of teams looking for those evac tower rotations, 9 Lives being one of them, settling just underneath Oxygen Esports. Oxygen, who desperately need eliminations and a turnaround performance here in map number 3.
Double purple on gold. I mean, this is, especially in comparison to 9 Lives below them, I mean, this is your opportunity to make something happen. It is sadly information that they don't entirely have here, but does it get much easier for 9 Lives to do something about this? I mean, think about their rotation ahead.
A lot of teams are going to have tough rotations ahead, specifically Moist and Legacy, who come from that southern side of Stormpoint. But they're still trying to make their way. Waltzy up just ahead, scouting for information above on the Pineapple. But for Legacy, making that approach straight into where Furia has positioned themselves. Yanya decimated, Keon within 1 HP and a dream. Jaguares and Niazul definitely need to clutch this up.
Big moves in from the other side with Madness will be the access point for the start of damage on our last 2 here. A black hole thrown into the interior with some arc stars to make a bit of the boot, but Watson will be the one to lay in the real damage that counts.
And still
Briefed by another team, I think.
External pressure out here from DNO is going to turn the tides of this fight. Jaguares and Keon, a massive 1v1, and the swing comes through, and Legacy, they're able to eliminate Furia. Let's jump on board with Furia to hear what their next plans are for this third party.
Bounce right off a wall.
60 on him. Cracked. Dead. No! Let's fucking go. Turn around and look behind us. Yeah, I'm doing the same. Yeah. Nice, good shit. Yo, fucking shit, dude. Keep it fucking going. Other side, do we look for that as well? Yes. They're hard.
Well, if there's one thing I learned, Zephyr, is that the vibes are high there for Moist Esports as they grab the lone standing member of Legacy. But for the north side of Cascade, over here by the waterfall, things are looking dire, specifically for meat lovers who have found themselves by that waterfall. But touching back onto Moist, well, goodbye, Waltzy.
No closer to their end for TSM. A 3v3, one that we look for in terms of success, is stunted just a bit. Shot out from afar. Reps will have to slow the pace of things to stick a bat in the midst of the smoke, and will be able to finish off Meat Lovers in the end. But we know for a fact Luminosity from across, and what is 30 seconds till zone push means for TSM.
That was Hal popping a bat, wasn't it?
Much further here.
They're just caught out by so many 30-30s. The entire kill feed lights up from the hands of Oversleepers, from Luminosity, and even Xset still going through. But for LG, who have maintained that position from TSM will now be faced with a heck of a rotation of their own down towards the south, further into Cascades. We got a sneak peek of where it is pulling from that kind of picture-in-picture, and XAT will have just a little bit of their building in that next zone, so fingers crossed for them on that end game because they need it.
Oh. Disguised, another roster that has to make, albeit a different but similar issue in terms of a rotation up through. Well, actually, no. Surprisingly, out far enough towards the northwest, Disguised are already in. They actually have a bit of cover that should allow them to sustain longer. LG, though, they'll take it to the oversleepers.
You're not wrong. Start throwing out all the damage. Digi threats amok to keep them alive. Funk doesn't even need one. He's just shooting and it's working. But can he get the last little bit of damage onto that player? No, they do not. GKS falls and Blinkser actually opens the door towards oversleepers, eliminating Vaudery, and the swing comes through, but it doesn't manifest because they're a bush now, Zephyr. They're bushes.
They've taken root here, like some of our other great teams on Stormpoint, and will, I bet you, surprisingly survive longer than some will expect, as Luminosity now has new foes to deal with in an attention span that is quickly directed elsewhere, and quickly, with a 30-30, finding big moves.
It's very respectable here. Sweet and Funk. The swing comes through and straight on to oversleepers, and just like that, they are eliminated. Beautiful timing on the Radiant transfer to hit the reset and prioritize the slow healing. But the issue is it's Moist on the outskirts with a direct line of sight onto Luminosity, one of their biggest threats, but they're still able to anchor down into that next zone here. They've already shot out the piercing spikes to try and fend off any pressure from that northern side.
This is really good for Luminosity. If they continue to pressure out the remnants of Moist in this final circle and push them more directly into the fights against Native, Oxygen, and those who set themselves up directly in Climatizer, this could be the win that they have been searching for. Disguised, finally up from the low ground, and a major split between this team doesn't, at least currently, result in any knocks, but looks, well, a bit nasty.
Is definitely nasty, and I think back to their match day 2. It was in game 5 where they had their 20 elimination game for Luminosity, but who knows, they could see success early on. For Disguise, who looked like that final boss after map number 1, they're already racking up the eliminations into the top 10, sitting on 4. So keep your eyes on Designful.
Oh, Moist. Eliminated by Native as Disguise take to the height here. Big drop in fadeaway shots. At least find one. Timmy stuck on the outskirts will at least eliminate Crust, as they'll be sending them home with Exit, looking for escapes potentially, well, not outside, but at least into the corner. This is going to allow, well, Disguise to reset.
This is what's tough. They lost their horizon. They don't have the grav lift to get up towards enemy, but we do see the evac tower come through. Is that going to be Timmy's ploy to try to get to high ground?
This is just crazy here. It's not much of a high ground. It's just a whole lot of sight lines that need to find safety from. Luminosity really blistering it in where it hurts here. Sweet, though. Poised to keep that pressure in line, allowing them to drop forward, or even Exit to walk out and contest for high ground positioning at the wrong time. Might be a slip up that comes back to bite them.
They have some birds perched on their roof, and now Exet has taken towards the bottom. Timmy trying to make that early rotation, get out ahead of the team beneath them, albeit we know it's Exet. You can even hear the audio cues of a res.
Oh, Timmy! Oh, Timmy!
On the rooftop gets sought out by multiple teams, even Luminosity across the way. Funk picks up that knock.
I'm honestly shocked to see that deep of a rotation into, I mean, what could have been assuredly height that was held here. Exet going to be one of the first squads to extend their utility for a successful move here. It's a little early in terms of final zones, and actually it completely seals off this fight between them and Luminosity.
This is tough, right? Exet, the sleeping giant, going up against the powerhouse of Luminosity. Fun falls incredibly low, and Knock has to hit the shield back, so Koifel has to do enough damage, and Koifel goes big, taking down Luminosity.
It's a big win for them, and they sustain on height here, but they'll lose out one on the revive, which
Thought
could
LG was gonna win
lead
that. They had
to a
the
full send from any
the
one of
angle
these
on them.
teams.
It looked like
Sending
it.
Cascade
The overhead.
Oxygen, they can't quite make that move, knowing they've still got to deal with a squad.
Dude, the
from below.
wingman is
Exet's
so
cover, though,
fucking
is
cracked
ticking.
right
It is
now.
a dime bomb here, not much to truly sustain with.
You have 5
Backs
shots.
are down.
3 bullets left on the wingman. 2, 1. We're going into the final zone with only 1 weapon here. But as we seek to go forward, we're inching our way closer.
Oh.
We've seen Oxygen make plays with evac towers in the end zone.
We shield
Koi
swapping.
just down there below. We've seen the early rotation come through. We've got a bangle, and Koi is last standing as a solo.
So influential here, able to find the drop and first knock onto Oxygen.
Okay.
Puts a gravity lift on the exit as that finally comes out. Finally, Oblivion are allowed to leave, but they might have just decided that game for everybody.
They fall, and now Oblivion taking on the duo of Oxygen Esports. Radiant transfer to go down, and they drop.
Oh.
They need a big win here, and Aiden goes massive. Now we turn the tides towards Reeds. The dance of the knockdowns comes through. We just need to
Melee him.
We're hitting for flesh, but it doesn't matter. because
I would have
Oblivion
meleeed his ass out into the
withstands
zone.
Oxygen and takes map number 3.
Tried to at least.
I am telling you, there at the end, it was a nice edge in terms of who would come out on top, but the wrench, the absolute monster of the performance is Exet there. Koifel preventing Oblivion from making any kind of impacts and then taking advantage of early drops from Oxygen puts them down as a duo. A quick cleanup on Rambo from Oblivion as they finally walk out, and it is still a 3v2 there in the end, as close as it was.
If Koifel doesn't take out one of those members of Oxygen, you have to think about the player advantage going towards that end for the final fight on Oblivion, and it could have changed the trajectory for that win. Regardless, Oblivion, congratulations to them for getting that massive victory, and congratulations to Koifel for stepping up for that Exet squad. I was like, at one point in time, we were like, that wingman was going crazy from the hands of Oxygen. Of course, Koifel's last standing and still able to snake his way down into Cascades. Congratulations. I mean, dude, massive game.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's still incredible in its full right, and it's going to give Exet potentially the resurgence alongside every one of our sleeping giants who have gotten to shine today in more ways than one. Of course, Legacy making big names for themselves with their wins right at the back, but even Exet, from what was taking Luminosity off in the first game to now even more directly, no cheese, no drop of an evac, just mano-a-mano, 3v3 here, and a lone Dark Veil to cover the action, come out on top. It is a resurgence for a roster that, I can't say it more than enough. It's expectations, expectations, expectations.
Expect the unexpected. No, but for real, let's go ahead and look at those match results and see just how that paid off for the squad. 20 points on the board for Oblivion, 18 from Oxygen, which they desperately needed after 2 not so hot games on Storm Point, despite the little bit of drama over there at Barometer and Exet. They needed the points, and well, they've got them. 13 overall and 11 for LG.
Disguise there, shoring up the remnants of KP as well. 7-3 for 10 as they round out our double-digit scoring teams, at least in our top 10 placing. As we look down the board here, though, I will say 11th through 20th, not much to say outside of Sentinels. We got to check out RKN, Orioles, and crew as they defended the L, bidding against squads like Evolution, trying to push upon their territory.
That was really tough rotations for Evolution and just getting picked off by Sentinels, but overall it was a really strong start for them. Now we just have to get through that mid-game, keep up the pacing of those eliminations, and we'll see Sentinels keep waking up. Now, Glitter, we got to get you back in here because it's been really action-packed and interesting here over in the North American region. We got to hear your thoughts.
Our teams came to play today. We are not seeing the same level of points punches that we saw at EMEA because everybody is just having these moments where they're slaying out. And were you guys making those expect the unexpected from Exet type puns? Like, was that on purpose? Is that a thing?
No, I was just thinking back to Rain Day and Dia, 100%.
Okay, just checking. Either way, it sounded fantastic. All right, but post-match 3 obviously means it's time for us to do a little bit of a halftime show, which means we get to bring another one of our amazing guests to come on, chat with us. This time around, from Complexity, we have Kimchi. I am so excited to get him on in here. Welcome with the cowboy drip. I'm not mad. How are you?
I'm doing great. These games have been insane, to say the least. It looks like everyone else is on board too. It's been wild from EMEA to this. It's literally got me on the edge of my seat.
Right? Fantastic performances so far. And we've been asking everybody this question. So, third time's the charm. We have to ask you as well. We want to get your thoughts on season 20. Obviously, there's a lot coming to the game with this next season. It's going to change a lot. So I want to know if you maybe have any predictions or ideas on how you think it might affect the competitive meta.
I think it's going to be great. I've always been a huge fan of when metas get shifted around, because that's where it kind of shows, like, a lot of the times you see teams that dominate in a certain meta, and then the meta shifts and we see those teams start to struggle to like make the adjustments or whatever that might be. And I think that's a big factor in what makes a team strong, is how quickly can they adapt to changes in meta, whether that be gun meta or legend meta, or in this case, we got even perks coming in, which is going to be awesome. So I think we can see, I still think that a lot of the teams that are at the top will continue to stay there at the top. They'll continue to perform well, and they'll just continue to build upon what they've already accomplished thus far. But I think there are some other teams that maybe are just kind of in the middle of the pack right now that might pull something out, or the change in meta might really favor their playstyle.
I mean, those are all good shouts, honestly. And I'm starting to think about it as I look through, Kimchi, let's talk about this, because you coached Complexity at the LAN, right? And now you're stepping into the roster, playing alongside them. Now talk me through a little bit of that, because you guys have had really consistent performances, even with that second place finish on match day 3. Was there something that changed in this roster, or how has it been kind of working with the team?
It's been great. I would say that it's a little bit difficult, because in a way, this is just a completely brand new roster. Mon and I definitely have that chemistry because I did coach him. And so a lot of the times we're on the same page about what we want to do and how we want to accomplish certain things, or rotates or fights. And then Lou, as you know, all the way back to the FlyQuest days, with Zach, Lou, and Mon, with the, I'm sure everyone knows the funny FlyQuest clip of them underneath what is now currently Siphon. But it's been great. I had really high hopes, and right now everything is falling into place. I knew that Mon and I would be able to figure it out, and I had a strong feeling that rapport or the chemistry that Mon and Lou have would come back pretty quickly. And I think it's shown, especially leading up. We didn't have a lot of time. I'd say that time was not on our side. So we had to quickly just kind of hit the lab and work really hard in scrims. And at the start, our scrim results were not the greatest, but leading up to Pro League, we only did better. Each scrim day, we improved and we improved and improved. We identified mistakes and shortcomings. And
who the hell is this cowboy?
And then we had our first game day. Not the greatest. We had things that we still had to work out, and Pro League is not necessarily where we want to be learning. We want to be learning in our scrims and then, show up on game day. But then we figured it out, brought it back for our second game day. And then unfortunately match day 3 wasn't our best, but I also had to 40 minutes before game start. I had to pack all my stuff up. I called actually 3 different friends. 2 of them weren't available, and actually one of them also didn't have power, and I just kind of shoved myself into the car, called my friend. I actually pulled him out of a union meeting apparently, and raced over to his house, set my stuff up, and then just started gaming. And during the whole time, the lights were flickering, and I thought I was about to lose power there too.
And it's crazy because then you went on to win immediately after all of that setup, which is, that's a story in itself, Kimchi. So a big congratulations to you there, of course, on Complexity's performance. And between the comms, of course, and this improvement, it has easily become one of my favorite rosters to watch. But I will say, I want to get your opinion. I want to get that dose of Kimchi coaching here as we take a look at some of the rings from today. So, especially as we jump on over to this first one here, it felt like it was a disguised win. What happened?
So, I'm so surprised that they were able to make it this far. This is kind of like their recipe where they take their time and they come in on an edge of the zone. And in fact, there was actually a game where we won in World's Edge where I kept telling my team that Disguised will be coming up from the zone and we need to keep watching that. And sure enough, they showed up and we were prepared. And in this case, Disguised kind of did, I think, something similar to get into the position they're in now. And then, unfortunately, it looks like Enemy just didn't catch that Bangalore swinging up on his right at that time. He caught, kind of killed for free right there. Design had also run into that random fence that was left behind, I think, by DNO. And then, it's legacy, right? Yanya and Azul and Co, they're just strong players. Triple roller, they're just doing so much damage. It is so hard to win that 2v3 as good as Timmy and Design are. It's a hard fight to win when you're 2v3 against a roster like that.
No, it comes up at least for a success of Legacy off of their first time away from that contest. But when we talk about difficulties, this seems to be a zone or representation of one that is tough with everyone in checkpoint. Kind of lead me through what can a team do here to survive.
This one is also rough. I was watching this and the whole time I was thinking there's just enough space, and there's also not a lot of zones that end inside a checkpoint. And I was thinking Disguise is in a really strong position to play from where they wanted to. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. And instead, we saw, I actually really want to highlight Luminosity because it kind of looked very hopeless for them. But they made a great ood play and were able to actually, I think that was Gaming Gladiators that they might have landed on top of. Funk just went absolutely insane. It was great team play from all three of them. And this is just such a hard position or zone to win. You saw Moist actually coming from the position where Disguise should have been coming from, and they won it. Zones like this, it's keeping everyone on their toes for sure.
Yeah, from back into checkpoint with the majority of our teams to deep into the embers of just really Moist. Walk us through now match 3. It's a Cascades ending, one I'm sure you're more than familiar with.
Yeah, so this zone is a little bit more, I guess, straightforward than the previous ones we had. Game 1, people were kind of trying to figure out whether it's going to be pylon, could it end on the barometer side? And then game 2, a lot of people thought it was going to end inside a checkpoint, and then they were wrong. But this one, pretty straightforward. Koi, it is crazy that he was able to get that kill on Bane, and I think even crazier is OXG between Reeds and Aiden. They almost clutched up the 2v3, but these zones are we've had 2 that were a little difficult and then had one that was a little bit more straightforward. I'm wondering what we're going to be looking forward to in our upcoming 3 World's Edge games.
About to turn all these monitors
well, now we're taking a look here at our series results so far, halfway through the day. Now, do any of these teams jump out at you for their performance overall so far, Kimchi?
I'm pretty surprised by actually a lot of things, right? Obviously, we're seeing TSM in a spot that we're not used to seeing them in. But I think Zephyr had said it earlier on, where they are definitely a team that can warm up, heat up, and then just kind of bring it back. And I think we definitely shouldn't, expect them to just bring 3 solid games out of World's Edge and just jump them up the leaderboards. I'm super happy to see Disguised. Enemy was actually one of my first teammates and a very good friend of mine, and it's awesome to see that they were able to not just be Game 6 Warlords. They're actually bringing the heat at the start. It looks like Design's speech really got through to the team, and it's doing wonders. So that LG is also staying consistent, and Xset starting to bring it back. So it's really exciting right now. I think these games aren't necessarily going the way that most people think, but that's what makes it fun, right?
This is the only
boring if you just
monitor I
kinda
want
know how
turned
it's
up
gonna
a little
end.
bit.
All right, well, Kimchi, it's been absolutely lovely having you on to chat with us. You're about to take all of our jobs. You crushed that, so thank you for joining. It was an absolute blast.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then you know, I gotta rep the Aurora jersey for my good friend 9 Impulse. I don't know if you can see the back. So you know, hopefully
Oh, we see it.
someone can take that Aurora energy and bring us some solid games, because I know I had a blast watching the boys tear up EMEA earlier today.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you again, Kimchi. We'll be seeing you soon in your next play day.
See you later. Thank you.
He just tipped his hat.
Hat tip and everything.
What a gentleman. What a gentleman.
Okay. All right. Well, we could probably talk about it forever, but we have to continue on with the show because it's not just the ALGS that has been running these last few weeks. Obviously, we started our Challenger circuit as well. First one is done and dusted, and we have a winner for Challenger Circuit number 1. Huge congratulations going out to Pen 5. Obviously, names we recognize: Hambino, Chase Mup, and to Presley coming through with that first dub here, Zephyr.
Yeah, no surprise there, especially for a team that is, I will say, as tenured, but it came down to the last moments. Teams like FSS and Status Quo just as close behind them, only 10 points.
All right. Another strong performance out of our Challenger Circuit moments. Obviously, though, if you want a chance to participate, you can still do that, okay? We've got registration still open. Get in one of our next Challenger circuits and see if you could potentially be the next team here on ALGS. You can sign up at battlefy.com/ALGS. Get yourself and your team registered. And who knows, we might be talking about you on the next show. But for now, it's time for us to say goodbye to Zephyr. Go take your well-earned break. And it'll be me and Tiff getting everybody set up and ready to go. Match number 4 right around the corner. We're switching maps. Time to turn our focus towards World Edge. We heard Kimchi talking about it as well. So it'll be exciting to see what some of those more tenured squads, like you said, he called up TSM, they're going to turn it around for World's Edge here.
I mean, they might. We saw what they did at Champs, so if anyone can turn something around and make it glorious, it's TSM, of course. But starting down in 20th place, they do have a long journey towards the top. But jumping on over to World's Edge, we have to start thinking historically of that Stormpoint performance and even towards the future. Legacy, Moist Esports, Oblivion, your 3 separate winners throughout the entirety of Stormpoint. Tides are turning, things are changing, Glitter. It's crazy over here.
Some really strong performances out of all of these teams too, and even if we aren't seeing DSG up here, we need to give them a little bit of a shout too, because they've had a phenomenal performance, and I think the top of our leaderboard is going to be really hard to break into, considering just how spread out and even things have actually been as we take a look here at our historical final circles so far now on World's Edge, specifically taking an interest in what we saw last time these two groups played against each other on match day 2.
Yeah, you can see we've got that thermal station zone that Luminosity went absolutely massive on that occurred in that match day number 2. We do have that southern point of Climatizer out towards the rocks and even the railroad train line. That's where that ended. And then we had a dome ending that was pretty action-packed. But for our teams in A and C in particular and what that looked like, Oblivion and Skirt, we kind of alluded towards that landslide contest that would be happening. Now, granted, they were previously landing at Lava Fissure. They made some waves over in Skyhook. They dabbled over in Fragment, but they've decided to go ahead and contest Oblivion, your match 3 winners over at Landslide. But also keeping an eye on Moist Esports and 9 Lives. I'm assuming that Moist will land a little more further into Big Mod and loot there while 9 Lives get stacks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Moist tries to take their aggression out on 9 Lives though and kind of clear them out of that area. You can see just how many points Moist got last time around from that area. They actually did worse on Stormpoint last time than they did here today, and they've already had such a strong performance that if this is how they can perform on World's Edge yet again, they're going to be terrifying.
46 points from 3 maps on World's Edge, and they've already got 34 at the top of the day. But Disguised, well, they're starting off a heck of a lot better for match day number 5 than they were. So now we turn our sights over to World's Edge, our players in the dropship, heading from the northernmost point above Survey Camp down through Tree will be that plane line.
We'll be keeping our eyes on those contests to see if we get any of these early game engagements, and as I say that, it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Okay, and Akimbo trying to do what he can here. You've got Blinkster off in the distance, and this is a little bit of a tough position to find themselves in now. Landslide looking like it is skirts.
I was gonna say, you know, Akimbo did so much opening damage, and Arcology grabs the gold shield alongside Blinkster and just dips. They're not running the conduit for this contest. They immediately just disengage with no hopes to being able to craft. They hit the scan to see, are we being chased? Well, the answer is no, and knowing how strongly Oblivion has performed on the day, currently sitting in 5 as we head over to our final 3 matches, the last thing they want to do is throw this game.
Absolutely. They've gotten themselves on a little bit of a snowball situation here, so they're going to play this one a little bit safer, smarter, and not force anything that they don't have to. Now checking in on a couple different places. This is what we wanted to see what was going to happen down there in Stacks, but it also looks like DNO's moved towards potential area. They obviously landed Dome. They're on the edge right now. Might be looking towards Moist, seeing what they've got over there, because if I'm not mistaken, that was 9 Lives we had seen before we jumped on over to everybody over at Dome and Stacks, and they weren't where they initially were going to drop.
9 Lives is over there all the way at Mirage Trois, just south of Lava Fissure, but with the inkling of where that zone will be heading, in the intersection at the bottom of Tree, gives Furia hope for the future, as well as Disguised priority aware this will be pulling to play from a preferential spot.
That's actually huge for Moist. Now they have that whole POI, Big Mod, and Stacks to themselves, and they've got a great spot to rotate into the zone from where their drop is. But it also opens up 9 Lives a little bit. We'll have to see if they run into anybody on their rotations, as we're now taking a little bit of a top-down look on Sentinels. Drop in Gaming. Now we're on with Gaming Gladiators, as they are trying to make an early push in and finding themselves coming across some squads along the way.
Looks like they were trying to potentially get over to the buildings just north of Thermal, but they're definitely putting pressure down to the teams, and for Luminosity dropping down on their loot path towards Mirage Trois, already getting that knock onto a Wope and still cleaning up further. There goes Laser, there's the Thirst onto them, and just really leveling up those Evos. But Luminosity just turned on the burners when it came to World's Edge on this prior Groups A and C matchup, and it looks like they're already starting out strong.
LG want to make sure they get all this extra loot for themselves. They didn't want to have to share that with 9 Lives, who are able to at least escape with their tail between their legs a little bit there to see if they can maybe survive and get some points on the board, as that
work real quick.
Taking a look at Skirt starting to make their rotation through here. Couple shots in the air, cracking those shields. Furia, though, very close and want to push this if they can.
If that's where you're gonna land and take a chunk of damage, we can see Phoenix kits being popped, shield bats as well. Curious to see what Furia does towards the invaders of their space, but back on over to Tree. Looks like Legacy still looting up here. They could even seek to craft a bit for the teams that are still making their way out of launch site. Through the air they come. Nothing's connecting here, but still, hey, we do get it. It does happen. As long as you are persistent, all things are possible. And that's on a DNO, because that was a Valk.
All right, well, now we're checking in with DNO, seeing how they want to handle this.
There we go.
Only a little bit of damage that they had to deal with, already healed back up and find themselves a little bit of a comfortable position here. They'll be on the nice slow side of this zone as it continues to shrink down for them. So they should be able to hold up here for a little bit and maybe get those shields evoed up just a tad while everyone else is trying to find a safe rotational path to at least get within this next zone.
Hey, look, it's not a bad position. That building is where the zone essentially intersects on that southern side. So the opportunity of that zone to pull towards that building will be quite high. So
Interesting.
DNO playing that Watson Valk Bangalore. Man, that's a interesting legend composition. And you think towards season 20, maybe they're prepping for the perks to come through and Luminosity hitting their rotation just a little bit further south. They're playing the area just above that tunnel where we last saw Drop In Gaming positioning themselves in. Ooh. Just looking for information at this point, kind of trying to drum up where they want to head next.
You know, if LG can eke out some kills here, they will try and continue adding to their already high KP tally. Now checking in with Exet, a team that has really started to pick it up today. It's why we talked about them as one of our sleeping giants at the top of the show alongside Legacy and Sentinels. Exet, though, have taken on LG twice today and found success both times. You can see how far away from the zone they are, so they've got a little bit of a long road ahead of them, and they are pinched between two squads, but with the way they've been playing, ideally they should be able to handle business.
Oh, this is tough. Look, even though they intersected, it pulled south, yes, but just a little bit ahead of the building that DNO positioned themselves in. So we need to keep an eye on that because they do have to play forward throughout the next zone. But for Disguised, who typically when they see thermal station zones, they'll play that center spire. They're going to have to rotate a little bit further east as well. But for Game and Gladiators, who have set up shop inside one of the buildings just kind of towards that ending that we had witnessed from match day 2. That will be more akin to them. Luminosity, though, now that I think about it, this might be another banger World's Edge map. They got 20 eliminations on that end game that occurred over there. So as long as you just hand Sweet a wingman, just let him fly.
That's what I'm saying. The slaying ability that we know that is on LG could set themselves up very nicely for success. We're seeing a couple teams really starting to lock down their position. OXG happy in those buildings, still checking in with Exet's rotation. Definitely wanting to make their way through landside as quickly as possible and try and get a little bit closer to that zone, as they are one of the last teams, the farthest away right now, to try and get themselves safe. But the pro is that they don't have to worry about anyone coming from behind them and pinching them, but there is the potential for lots of gatekeeping depending which route they decide to take here. Moist, though, we saw them for a moment doing a little bit of poke towards TSM as they were making their rotation along the southern edge, now trying to find a spot in the zone near DNO, near Legacy, and they might find themselves in a little bit of a rough fight here.
Good timing there for that Radiant transfer to keep the teammates alive, but we've expended a lot of resources here. A Dark Veil, a Bang ult, and even some smokes, but Legacy do decide to not push into where Moist is. And I respect that. We did get to see Exet on their rotation through landslide. Right before we cut away, they were grabbing that survey beacon information, but with so many teams scattered across tree, even on the outskirts of Lava Siphon and Harvester, this will be tough for them to get a chunk of information.
All right, well, we keep talking about them making this long rotation here. Let's take a quick listen in with Exet and see if they have a strategy planned.
They're down there.
Okay. All right.
Can we balloon and play up there?
I might get like turbo focused on the balloon.
Yeah.
Wait. I think I hear fighting on like Harvester side.
126.
The hell that is that?
Move together now.
Wait for fun. He's healing.
Yeah.
Dude, it's staging as a white armor.
Okay. Anything? Scan.
Scanning.
Maybe we can get this team killed in here.
Yeah.
We can hear just how indecisive they are right now, Tiff, not really knowing which path they want to take for this next rotation. Try to see where the teams in front of them are so they can make it as quickly as possible. They tried to use a scan to get a little bit of information. Nobody was in that area to really hit it with, but they're going to have to make a push through here soon.
It's really tough, right? Meanwhile, we lose out on oversleepers and meat lovers. TSM just clearing out the area on the outskirts of Lava Siphon, but I think that was a really solid call out. They were a little indecisive. That survey beacon scan is not going to give them enough information on where they need to go. Everyone is scattered, and at the end of the day, we are still going deeper into tree. So TSM are going to have that rotation through tunnel outside of Lava Siphon. Native are going to push right into that area. Xset want that survey beacon information that Harvester will behold, but at the end of the day, with everyone separated, who knows where to really go? Well, Moist do.
You know, I feel like TSM look like they're going hunting right now. They have been trying to clear out all of Lava Siphon. As I say that, now they have Native Gaming in their sights. And I feel like this might be the moment where TSM want to try and recoup some of those missed points from the first 3 maps on Stormpoint. They look hungry.
Look, they have to be. They came into this with nothing to lose, but can we talk about the legend composition here? That is new for me. We've got Caustic, we've got Raven is cooking in the kitchen right now. I've seen it on the timeline. The dude has skills, and I'm not even talking about just legend compositions here. I'm talking about actual food. Legend compositions besides Xset, they're finally making decisions. They're hitting the choke points. We're moving forward. We just have to keep on going.
You know, this was a 50-50 shot for Xset. They had seen Drop-In Gaming in front of them in that train tunnel. They decided to try and wrap through this choke instead. It looks like Drop-In Gaming have rotated back out, and now Xset's kind of back and forth trying to keep Drop-In Gaming off their back and anybody else at the front of this choke from pushing them all the way through so they can decide how to handle it. Now checking in with OXG, who are also finding themselves in this similar area, also trying to fight a lot of these teams away. As that's happening, 9 Lives goes out, LG goes out. People are starting to get cleared out of the way.
And the next is going to be potentially Drop-In Gaming or Evolution, because Xset has them in their sights, but the majority of the damage is on behalf of Xset because they're getting pressured from a nearby Sentinels across the way. They just have this rock and a few smokes, but no more smokes to be had. That cooldown will go into effect. We have no ult, no smokes, and we have a minute on the board to kind of get situated here.
We've seen Xset run into Sentinels quite a few times so far throughout today, and it ends up being a rough back and forth every single time. Keeping our eyes still on Evolution, able to peek up and do a lot of damage. Also, other teams now focusing on Xset. I mean, this is a tough spot for them to be in.
Yeah, it's Sentinels, man. From across the way, it sings. And we're losing out on more squads, and Evolution now jumping back towards that low ground, a grav lift to get Fun back into the mix, and a gold knockdown for Knock to be able to get Fun back on their feet. Now, granted, you think back to this prior match day performance, ANC Xset was 17th overall on the day. They're 4th now. We are talking about playoffs on the horizon, and we need as many points as possible for them. They have to be able to get out ahead of Evolution.
You know, this fight is going on for a long time as well. Like you said, you've got Sentinels off in the distance. TSM was somewhere in this area because they had pushed up on Native Gaming. So there is potential for lots of third parties. Are they going to try and go for that evac tower or get some type of verticality? We'll have to see how it plays out for Xset as we now look at Gaming Gladiators up against OXG. Aiden barely surviving. You see GG be able to stick that res in the process. Getting a little bit of a reset here, but now this is what I was talking about. TSM been waiting in the wings the whole time.
They're waiting in the wings, and the rotation from Xset comes through. Koifel first to go down. Knock, the only one standing, about to leave and go back to the lobby, but not before Evolution falls in TSM. They are hunting. Disguise has fallen early on. Your second place squad, the entire leaderboard cracks open.
Damn.
As Drop-In Gaming and Xset fall. TSM are about to farm, and reps on the Caustic. You gotta love it.
Really solid patient gameplay out of TSM. This is what we were looking for. Cracks coming through. 2 now down on Sentinels, and the new Sentinels is in that area. TSM clean them up, stick the res, get a reset, and now own this little area of the zone. It'll give them time to decide the next push. We'll have to see if anyone tries to third them, though.
Knock him down and watch him fall. Native on the horizon as TSM seek to get the stabilization needed. Just on the horizon, Niazul looking for high ground above Hal, but still able to stay out of that line of sight. 8 eliminations thus far for TSM on their journey into the top 8. Gaming Gladiators fall, and Verhulst grabs an amazing angle onto Native Gaming.
Starting to run a little bit low on the Prowler there for Verhulst, but they've done a fantastic job of zoning everybody away from them. Able to restabilize, and now they kind of have the advantage here, at least if they decide to go up against Native. They do know that you've got Legacy in the area as well, so they have to be aware of that, but they try and make a little bit of a move here on Native. If they can clear them out, it'll really open up the north side of that zone for them and give them a little bit of freedom.
And that's exactly what they're looking to do. They need to clear out Native because DNO has already set up inside of truck alongside that Watson. They've fenced out the exterior. I'm sure they have a pylon just on the inside. But for GKS and Furia on that left side of your screen right now, playing just above each other. Keep your eyes on to Moist as they push on to Legacy. A little bit of neighbors here on those contests that they had on prior match days. And they're performing exceptionally well now that they don't have it here. But for Jaguares and Yanya, trying to climb up, and Yanya 5 HP, Waltzy
TSM already get eliminated? I didn't even
the
catch it.
last one standing,
phone.
Native falls to TSM,
Send her a
and
message.
Moist
Oh no,
join them.
TSM is up.
Teams on the edge are dropping like flies. It'll be down to Furia and GKS on the western side to see which team owns that portion of the zone. Like you said, DNO just sitting pretty in the truck while everybody else is fighting for their lives, trying to make it in to this top 4 situation. It'll be interesting to see who has to move first, who moves on DNO, what their choices are, as this ring is just a minute away from closing in on everyone.
Well, it looks like Naughty has a wingman and some high ground, but they are going to have to move in just 45 seconds. The question is, which way will they go as they dance around that Bangalore ult? And DNO just consistently throwing smokes that way. But TSM, they cleared out the space that they needed. And now we turn our sights over to the second place squad of Legacy, just unearthing as many arc stars as they can onto Furia. They connect, but have no fear. Yanya still has 4 more.
Those were beautiful, beautiful arc stars. Definitely proving to be a pain, a thorn in the side of Furia and GKS, because they can't just focus on each other. They've got to worry about Legacy across the way, who has some fantastic sight lines on them, all while DNO is just hanging out and watching it all go down. TSM also waiting in the wings, trying to see how they want to handle it. It's down to anybody's game. It's time to move in, and the first fight looks like it's between Furia and GKS.
And they wall and immediately go left, trying to get out of the line of sight of Legacy, who give an open season and try to wrap around on them. Furia still alive, but will be pushed on to GKS. TSM have set their sights onto DNO Gaming and playing for truck, and Furia barricades forward. That initial knock onto Naughty cleans up GKS, but now they have to deal with Legacy, who have essentially mirrored their positioning.
That was incredible. Legacy going for that fight up. Furia opened up TSM to continue having this fight with DNO. It's taking a little bit longer than planned. Verhulst is down. Rex is almost out. Hal's the last one alive. They're not able to make it work. DNO still holding that truck soundly, and now it's down to Legacy to see what they can do with it.
And they're getting shield swaps. Yanya makes the push onto DNO, gets incredibly cut down quick. Senox opening the door for the squad. Jaguares from above, a little bit of a rogue Watson. And Niazul brings it to that 2v2. We go inside with all the fences. Jaguares finds another, and it's just a little bit of dupe left standing. And Legacy, they do it. Your map 1 winners bring it forward into map 4.
That was a phenomenal performance. I wasn't sure how it was going to go because Legacy had to choose between trying to third TSM and DNO or trying to third Furia and GKS. They went for the farther fight, went past TSM and DNO, tried to clean it up first farther away. It worked out fantastically. It also allowed TSM to be taken out, and then they made a really, really good push in to clean it up. I mean, this is the Legacy we were hoping for.
You know, I said it earlier, but they're definitely orgless. Just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Just keep reminding people, seriously.
Any orgs out there? Any orgs out there want a really killer squad? No, but regardless, it was a really solid play. Now, granted, they were playing from that center of tree, and as soon as GKS and Furia went left and started focusing on each other, it allowed Legacy to just swoop behind and clear out everything ahead of them. Now, I do respect TSM for taking that push onto DNO at the truck, because at the end of the day, that is where the circle was pulling, and if you could have victed them out of there, you would have had the game-winning spot, and you would have faced off against Legacy. Now, granted, it didn't really happen, but the caustic, very respectable.
Honestly, I loved seeing it. It also definitely helped TSM when they were kind of in that open low ground, needing to decide, do we focus on Legacy? Do we push native and clear them out and open that space up? It made that open area their open area. Moist ended up distracting Legacy, so it was a perfect opportunity for TSM to really make that push up. But I'm hoping that this variety is obviously a preview of what we start seeing moving towards Season 20. We've heard a few of the players talk about it now. Potential lots more legend viability.
We do have a couple of weeks just before we see that next match day after Season 20 drops on February 13th. So everyone's talking about hitting those scrims, and we know it's going to be just an all-out chaotic mess. But as we look forward towards the match 4 results, 22 points on the board for Legacy, which matches their map 1 performance with 22 points. And even though TSM do not take the win, they hit double digits eliminations, giving them 17 points.
I mean, they were just farming people on the edge of the zone, so very well deserved in the kills department for TSM. This is the comeback we all knew they were possible. That was possible for them. Kimchi said it. I mean, we've all mentioned it. We've seen TSM do this time and time again. Sometimes they just like having that added pressure, and it's only on a day. They turn on to World's Edge and they turn up their gameplay, but across the board, more kills, pretty evenly spread out from there. Moist nailing down 6. I mean, even Gaming Gladiators all the way down there in 9th with still 5 kills. So people really managing to at least get those points on the board, including Drop-In Gaming.
That was a really impressive game for them, despite going out in 12th place. Xset, unfortunately, got caught out, disguised early on, rotating out of Thermal, only able to grab 2 points for them. In Luminosity, the tough performance. They were trying to play from essentially by that tunnel on the outskirts of Thermal, but not able to make it through. Regardless, we can only start to think about what the series results are to be had. It's anyone's game for this day, and the way zones have been pulling, it's so... I don't even have any thoughts, man.
Right?
How are these working? Like, how are these zones working?
I thought that was your department.
Ooh.
Honestly,
I don't know. I retired after EMEA when it comes to predicting zones.
All right, well, let's take a look at some stats here, because Legacy had such an insane performance. We want to look at the individual players as well and talk about even across the board. Sure, the kills might not look even. It's not about the kills. That's just whoever finished it off at the end, okay? You still have almost identical damage across all 3 players here to have everybody pulling their weight.
They definitely are, and you would immediately look to Yanya and be like, why only 1 elimination? Well, that's because he's got 5 assists. They are all playing as a cohesive unit, and it just goes to show you that's why they're finding so much success. And it was needed, because you look back to where they started or where they're currently sitting on that overarching leaderboard. 21 tied with Native on 18 points, and the top 12 are what go to playoffs. But for the series results, hey, they're at the top, Glitter. So the 25 points is on the horizon for them if they can maintain this.
Yeah, and they keep doing this too, where they're so consistent that they've gotten even placement points, even with their kills. They've just really brought it today. They win the first match on Stormpoint. Now they win the first match on World's Edge. So they have just been a powerhouse today, but Moist Esports, another team that's done very well. DSG, look at Exa. We talked about our Sleeping Giants legacy now at the top. Exa here in 4th. I mean, we've seen so many of these teams do well. Sentinels, not with the placement points, but still starting to get some KP on the board. They just had a little bit of a rough go of it so far. I mean, I feel like we're seeing lots of the performances, though, that we were expecting.
Well, you're not wrong.
All right, well, before we get into any more matches here today, we're going to send it to another short break. When we return, matches 5 and 6 to close out the NA region. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, Legends. It's match day 5, and we have 2 more games on World's Edge to go. But I got Zephyr back with me to call all the remaining match actions. And Zephyr, we got to get into this pretty quickly. TSM are working on that redemption arc as we look at our map rotations. Legacy, the 2-time winners here for our series thus far.
Hey, and to be fair, we're potentially towards that bonus point territory if they can pick up another additional win. And for a team that needs overall points more than anyone else, that is something they should absolutely be hunting for.
It's kind of wild because it's so rare for teams to get that bonus point that I start to forget that it even exists. But one more map is needed for that squad. It's kind of crazy what happens when you don't have the contest on Storm Point. You find yourself at the top of the leaderboard, but our teams, they're getting locked and they're ready to drop.
All right, well, some of the first drops we'll have to wait and see here, especially with the starting fights at the beginning of the match-off.
Interesting enough, 9 Lives appear to have changed up their position on where they want to go, keeping people on their toes. And by people on their toes, I mean Sentinels.
Well, we'll see if Sentinels can find some sort of response, as made mention regarding some of our Sleeping Giants from earlier. The only one that hasn't woken up just yet, kind of hitting the snooze here.
You blame them. I love hitting the snooze, Zephyr.
I set about 6 to 10 alarms per day. So, no snooze for Zephyr.
Why do you have 6 alarms then if you don't snooze?
To wake up.
Okay, perfect. We'll let it slide. We'll let it slide. And as we see, we're getting a beautiful look at where all of our squads have positioned themselves. Meat lovers in their home of Climatizer. They do have that ring console available should that work for them. You have your match 5 pick rates at the very top. 20 Bangalores across 20 squads for a 100 pick rate. And I start to think about the perk trees for season 20.
Heal up.
The healing and smoke. Zephyr, think of the resets as we get a good look at a luminosity edged zone.
I cannot begin to imagine. Granted, it's not going to be a really intense heal. Like, you're not barely going to find yourself more than potentially a syringe or two, maybe at the end of it. But it's the difference, right? And for some squads, that's all they need here. Granted, though, changes to the Digi next season make Bangalore, albeit, yes, a stronger defensive option, not as good aggressively.
I was trying to think, where is Oblivion? Did they go fragment instead of contesting at landslide? Because now Skirt has already made their way into countdown.
That's right. I was about to say Skirt early rotation, surprisingly here. Well, either way, Oversleepers are going to be the ones to start action, even if it isn't near a POI and with an evac right in front of JP. Come on, take some shots. No.
Nah, they're not going to. But regardless, Oversleepers have put themselves in a position overall that's very far ahead of where they originally performed on this first group matchup. They were in 20th place and currently sitting in 13, and you asked for him to take the shots, and take the shots he will.
Voddery with one down. That's going to cause the response to drop back here. A wasted evac, but Charmander stepping up to play with JP. Both are quickly eliminated. None other by Chaotic Much.
It's actually scary when you start to think about it. The piercing spikes come through straight towards the jump tower, and Voddery has to try and get out of there, but unfortunate for them, Chaotic goes for a massive team wipe onto them.
After what could have been an explosive start, from tracking the evac to even then the recovery with a sentinel in the sky, Oversleepers are out in 20th, which is a bit of a shame regarding their success. It still overall is an improvement compared to previous days, but with one game left on the board, there's still the chance for so many of our lower-ended teams to snatch that away.
We were asking about Oblivion, and our sights are set on, okay, Akimbo. We want to level up our Evo shields. I completely understand here, using the triple take to the best of their abilities. We don't really get to see too much triple take gaming here, and when you've got Arcology on the longbow as well, you gotta have to farm up, specifically because we lost our POIs. We were sitting on triple white and trying to find a home here in Countdown with our neighboring teams such as Skirt.
We'll see what they can do here, especially with their zone catering more towards that lava fissure side. Countdown being the intermediary choice still isn't exactly where you want to be, with most of those teams towards the northern end of that zone tending to choke things out. TSM opting for deeper rotations towards the southern side here. Do they cook again?
I'm assuming. We look at they can have any bit of the information that will be at staging. Staging has crafting, it has a ring console, it has a survey beacon, so let's get all of it. Because if Reps is back on Caustic, you have access to the ring console. If we've got the Bloodhound, you get the survey beacon, and crafting is everything that you need before you head up north towards that Countdown area. We're just kind of hovering over Meat Lovers as they make their way through Fragment and onwards towards Monument. Ooh.
To the hunt. Visuals available as A1s will take back up to height as well here. Second floor completely taken out and away from Meat Lovers underneath. It is choking, but ultimately they can always dip out and dodge whenever they feel like it.
They could, but a nice smoke for the armor check will show blue and white. No turbocharge on that Havoc, so we just kind of want to rev it up and see what happens. 9 lies on the bottom of the floor. Yes, they were able to kind of anchor off this doorway with that Arc Star early on, but I'd imagine that Meat Lovers are trying to kind of go silent before approaching onto it. Awoke and Code deathballing together. We talk about the power of friendship, and this is exactly what it is, but an incoming Bloodhound scan will give up the information.
I mean, this, I know we're in zone 1, so while yes, spacing is available, it is a bizarre choice to extend this one out as long as it has gone on for either one of these teams. Granted, with little time on the board to put up points. A good fight, a good 3v3, a good 3 KP, that can be the difference maker.
If I'm I'm reading this correctly, I don't think Meat Lovers have actually gotten any eliminations today. The 4 points come from placement, so they maybe are looking to take an early fight, and an early fight indeed here for Disguise as they open the door onto Legacy, getting that knock onto Jaguares. Designful able to stay up with 1 HP and a dream, but going back into the high ground here at Thermal.
Switching
Enemy. He's doing it. He's doing the thing.
I was gonna say, Bocek, Arcstar, just barely trains that one away as we bop on over to Meat Lovers here. Seems like the fight had started behind a knockdown. Tech with just a sliver of health left has to make his way out. Quickly turning out and away here, but with Catalyst doors down, now he should be able to get out.
It's just a really tough day here for Meat Lovers, and they look to kind of get out of there, like you said. Disguised back up here. Enemy overlooking them. I love the drop down, looking to grab that ring information once they've realized that Legacy has just decided not to take this fight. But when you have so many Titans hanging around that area of zone, even TSM has dropped down south of staging after getting some information because they're looking to farm KP, which is exactly what they need to do. They went from 20th to 10th after map number 4, but they still have some more climbing to do because just ahead of them, a 10-point gap is approximately 3rd place.
Whew. An insane jump potentially for this roster if they can find it. As you tune back towards the zone, we're going a little bit more further south than Lava Fissure, notably towards the open area potentially where we see DNO currently stationed. We love to see those bridge finishes where teams contest for that low ground later on. For Moist though, they'll find TSM.
They are playing spoiler to TSM's redemption arc of match day number 5. And just like that, Howl joins Verholst on the ground. We're just looking for the lone member of Reps, the Caustic, that was able to slow the push from Guild and allow him just a bit more safety. But straight into the line of fire from what is Drop-In Gaming.
Now, there's a lot of spots down in the fissure to hide things out, and you might see Rep survive here, but this is not the place TSM want to be if they're looking for a points resurgence, and we can't count them out. Game 6 always holds potential fruitful opportunities, but especially with the compositional change, getting Reps and getting Howland and Verholst back into it is seemingly impossible.
Look, it's really tough to start talking about Game 6 wins here when Disguise is in the lobby. Got a 100% win rate for game number 6, so keep your eyes on them. Meanwhile, we'll take a turn, check in with Native Gaming, currently 12th overall on the day and playing from the south side of Skyhook. They still have a bit of a rotation ahead of them, and Moist have set their sights on their next victims of Drop-In Gaming.
I like that, victims, because it really does feel like they have no choice in the matter of murder. Down is Crook, completely eliminated. Waltzy with the heels of a Radiant transfer will keep the pressure of Moist alive, and they don't even, well, they don't even move very far here, just below the behind the Dark Veil. This is gonna tick away shortly here.
Meat Lovers has fallen. Tech was found out by 9 Lives. Waltzy taking his position at the top of the rock. You know, when we start to think about being on top of rocks, we think of MT with the Kraber on land, something that we want to see again. For now, we get a look at where that ring will be pulling. Towards the dead center, outside of Countdown, outside of Landslide, and here we go. Moist Esports eviscerates Drop-In Gaming.
They don't even make it look hard here. A quick cleanup in the 2v3 with a Horizon that puts them right back up to where they want to be. When we talk about the rotation ahead here, into the cart, the open cart in this line, they're going to have probably one of the most premier edges of zone to play from, with most of our teams rotating out from the north, from Countdown and Fissure.
As we start looking at some of our teams outside the zone that need to get back in, 9 Lives just able to waltz it in, but when you've got a team playing top tower, well, that's exactly what's gonna happen. The Dark Veil does come through to try and bide some time to hit the res, but it doesn't matter because Klain, Rambo, and co, they are hungry for action.
Klain with the initial pushes the drop through the Dark Veil leads to the end of 9 lives. As, well, they don't survive as Legacy themselves stuck in the same edges of zone is picked up by none other than Moist. Another set of KP to King.
All right, so we tune in to Lava Fissure. A lot of these teams will have to hit that rotate, but they're not gonna know it yet until that zone essentially pops up on their screen in about 19 seconds. But for Exet, who are currently sitting in 4th place, need to start fighting ahead. Now you think of that gap, 18 points separates them from the top of the leaderboard, and Legacy has fallen early, which will essentially crack it open for teams like Moist Esports and Disguise to make a play for it.
They've got time to spare, though, on the edge of Fissure, and decisions will be made later on for the likes of Native Gaming, though. Struggling here. They've got to come through and find a way against what looks to be Sentinels. Pillars and a gold knockdown shield, though. That's a strong response.
We get Rambo back on their feet, but the issue is the full comes through. We have to see if we're going to be able to hit that res and go forward. But for GKS, they peek out, start putting some pressure towards Native, but they get punished instead. Forcing out the Radiant transfer and a few shield bats, which we just have a couple of them. For Evolution here in 19th place, over. And the remnants of Countdown going up against Skirt, who also need as many points as possible. And an isolated 3v3 on their side. We just have to take this fight as quickly as possible.
It's gonna be hard. Pylon in play with the Watson fence line makes it almost impossible, even if they are peeking out of the door for free. Evolution are gifted a free set of damage here with the unnatural, exchange. This is absurd.
Skirt has fallen thanks to Evolution. Some well-needed KP elsewhere. Reps was found. TSM down. Furia playing from Mirage, which they're going to have a rotation ahead of them. And they do immediately take the zip, but Madness has fallen. It's Timmy from afar with the Hemlock, but dives back down to hit a very quick reset with that gold knock. Will they be able to get them up in time? They do. And now with the ring at their back, teams like Furia, Disguised, DNO are all going to be running into each other. But not even before that, Oxygen and Exet from the north.
Furia with wall down is going to put them potentially in preferential positioning if they can be the sole team to contest this train line. I like the energy barricades, but Watson dives to the low ground and gets into the midst of Disguise. Whether it be an accident or a successful wipe here, it means we're down to 1 or 2, my apologies, remaining here. Well, now 1.
You were just telling the future, it's
True.
okay. And even with the Radiant transfer to try and keep Watson alive on the low ground, it's just too little, too late. And Oxygen, who returned to their home on Barometer here on Stormpoint for World's Edge, they've got the Titans of Exet ahead of them. Teams that needed to awaken to try and keep their playoffs dream alive are doing just that. But off screen, Sentinels has fallen. Koi, though, 5 HP and a dream, at least not get some shields and is able to throw down some suppressive cover for them with fun. A knockdown well needed. The incoming frag grenade slaughter. Koi, there's just only so much you can do.
At least a double knock picked up in the heat of Disguised here, but finding your way through those frags, always a difficulty. As we look towards the bridge, Dino struggling over on the edge of the fence line with the minor cover they have themselves. GKS on the complete outskirts here to the east.
After that, an early fight there where they picked up 3 eliminations. They just keep on grinding throughout. For DNO Gaming, even with going the distance and getting that second place on match number 4, they weren't able to really have too many eliminations alongside of it. What they do, though, is clean out Luminosity.
This is potentially the game Moist have been waiting for, from big points already on the board to a gap of first. This might be their day. Disguise dropping to the low ground, though, is quick to meet their makers when it comes to DNO. They've laid stake and claim to the low ground here for a long-winded time, and while they will find now 4KP, can they do it again against Gaiman? Oh,
Louis goes down, and now one last standing. When DNO sends the missile swarm forward, we just run. We have to get into that next zone, but DNO will have an easy waltz straight into it. And speaking of waltzing, look where Waltzy from Moist is, just extending out, looking for KP, Grav lifting towards the top with the Nemesis, only the Dark Veil to cover those remaining squads over there.
He's got to be a little careful here with DNO starting to heal up and at least crest what is the low ground height of that train line. MT and Guild keeping things safe. Gaiman, though, native, of course, in GKS on the interior here. All minced meat at the hands of these energy weapons, bullets and more.
We literally just tuned into DNO, who had one elimination, already up to 7 and into the final 4 squads. GKS, native, DNO, and Moist. And with Moist holding a large amount of space on this zone, they have to push forward. Let's jump into a listen in with Moist.
170 energy, and I've got 50 light, okay?
Yeah, I've got
Team has to move.
Take some light.
I hear you. This team's moving. They're pushing up a caravan again. They're fighting it.
I'm looking with you, I'm looking at angles. They have to come out.
They're wiped.
It's two teams, one on the left, one on the right.
We have to shoot these guys into the other team. Where can we play after this, though?
We just keep walking it up. We force these guys like back here. We need
What
to
about
force
these guys?
What do you think I use my conduit on there? Yeah, you might need to use your conduit. These guys are starting to peek me. These guys are starting to peek me. I'm staring these guys. They're in the caravan.
Smoked. They're gonna run out soon. Running out. Weak.
I might bang hold them.
I cracked them.
I'm bang holding. Prying the team on the left.
Nice.
They're shooting them. Go left.
Go left. Yes.
Up 60. They're picking. I'm backing up. I'm weak. Healing you. I just
I'm getting wingman. I'm batting. I'm playing on guild. We can play time.
I have to bat. No. I have to get out. I'm getting conduit all down.
I'm literally just waiting, okay?
Team on the right staring at me. I'm dead. I have a knockdown to play if you need to.
Yeah.
I got conduit all down.
Knock.
Coming over.
No, it's bad. It's so bad. It is so... Bro, go back.
Give me knock.
We get a lot of information there, but their comms are crystal clear. But as we
They're
move
just off
into
cover.
that endgame, that Dark Veil will fall soon, and just
Rough.
like that, Moist have fallen. GKS, DNO Gaming, your last 2 teams, and Naughty trying to stay alive alongside Chaotic here.
A beautiful knockdown shield to give them the advantage, but the damage plays into DNO's favor. From behind, finds first knock, switching over to the Prowler, isn't able in the end. GKS, your winners of Game 5.
That is going to be a massive game for GKS, because when you think back to the start of their match number 5, they run in and Chaotic grabs a massive 3 KP early on, and from there on, it's like the fire was lit for that squad.
I'll tell you what, the fire was lit in the form of many thermites when we talk about the caravan, as Moist say. They're pushed up from not only them, but also the remnants of native as well. I have no idea how this roster manages to survive, wait it out, wipe Moist, and then turn tail and wipe DNO.
And it's pretty crazy, because you think back to prior to match number 5, GKS was in 15th place. DNO was in 14th place. So your top 2 finishers needed as many points as possible. But the large majority of the points that were had were in the form of Legacy, who were sitting in first place with 50 points after having 2 wins, which opened the door for the point sponging, because at that point in time, TSM was in 10th with 21 points, and 11 points would have put them into the top 3. So I can only imagine what this is going to look like for the teams that find themselves a little bit further down on the leaderboard, but performed insanely well.
Yeah, the big one to watch out for this time around is going to be Moist. Even though they don't walk out with that win there, with Legacy faltering early on here and them even still making it there, but more importantly, wiping 3, 4, 5 squads in the meanwhile should be enough to eclipse our standings.
I think all 3 of those squads, Moist, Moist, DNO, and GKS, double-digit eliminations. I'm going to go ahead and call it. I think they all three had double-digit eliminations.
Well, it'll be pretty close. Let's take a look and see how those standings fall here after our game 5, and if Tiffany is right when it comes to the double-digit prediction.
Oh. I was close. GKS on 14 with our biggest match of the day, 26 points. DNO with 8 eliminations, 17 points. And Moist, 11 with 18. You know what that means. We're going to have a new leader.
New leader with no legacy on the board here, and 18 points to push Moist forward. They should be the dominant factor coming out of this game.
Native still in gaming. Respectable games at 9 and 8, and Disguise, despite falling outside the top 5, pick up 8 of their own. Let's jump on over to the back half of our lobby. TSM grab 1, Skirt grab 1 as well. Even Evolution on 4, 9 lives despite falling outside the top 15 do pick up a few points, but man, the back half of this board for match number 5 is pretty scarce.
I was about to say, it comes pretty much just down to what feels like the placements alone for so many of these rosters. I mean, your prediction for double digits wasn't quite true, but in terms of the sponge of KP that those 3 teams alone were picking up, that's enough to eliminate whatever kind of scoreline any one of these teams were looking for in our penultimate match.
Let's go ahead and look at our kill leaderboard for the day. Waltzy on 15, Koifel just having a dominating performance tied alongside them. But it's Guild. You got 2 of the top fraggers in the top 3 from Moist Esports, but even Disguised, Enemy and Timmy close behind them.
Yeah, no surprise there, especially after how many end games we've seen them in, and of course Legacy not faltering with their participation alongside their 2 wins here.
Let's jump on over to series results and see what has shaken up. Moist have unseated Legacy for the performance on the day with one only match to go. 61 points on the board for them. GKS, though, this is a performance that they needed, because you think back to what they did on that prior match day 2. Last time we saw groups A and C, they were in 10th overall. So really dominating for them, even Disguised in the top 5.
And this is important morally for GKS because right now the overall standings puts them somewhere at the cusp of at least hosting one of those playoff spots. Finishing a day like this up in the top 3 or even the top 5 is enough to keep them competitive or even potentially take away some of the spots from those who have been faltering.
Things are definitely shaking up, especially after this A and C matchup. We are gonna cut to a quick break, and then when we come back, we will have the final match of groups A and C. Welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series, our final match of Match Day 5 on the horizon, and the last one before the changes of Season 20. It's gonna be crazy, Zephyr. Can you believe it, man? We're already done and dusted. One more.
One more is then we will move on to the final series of our second round robin, where those teams will have to match up and face the roses, and I suppose smell them as well, whether they are bad or good.
Interesting, interesting. Well, enough about that. Map rotation on the board here. Legacy still have one more chance to grasp those coveted bonus points. And when I say bonus points, I mean one. But regardless, that would still be nice for them. But they have to go ahead and throw it all down.
I wonder if I can move this light. This light's bothering me.
To that 25-point first place helm that Moist Esports took over after match 5. But it is the final day before a little bit of a break here for the ALGS season.
These 2 weeks will be filled with time, practice, and more here. And if you are absolutely sure in yourself, your performance, and your understanding of Apex, this is your
I need it
last,
over.
and I truly mean it, your last opportunity to come out on top before the world comes a-knocking.
As our teams take their patterns down to the path. The question is, where do our teams go? We've had a lot of teams popping around, and this time, well, Nine Lives, they have decided
I'm sick of
to drop
being
into
blinded by
Countdown
light. That's my problem.
alongside Evolution.
Shift out from the edge, but it does come with the delay of, well, Evolution taking held to the middle with some of those extra shielding in play and potentially weaponry as well. We'll see if they continue the onslaught and make the push towards the other end, with Dynasty just finally regrouping with this roster after missing out on the opportunity to, well, I'll say capitalize.
They immediately hit the crafter. Don't blame them. Want to get those shields leveled up as quickly as possible. When you start to encroach on Evolution territory, you're denying them the ability to open up that center of Countdown and get the shields. But Yuris and Voodoo, look, they are slowly, steadily walking over towards that Nine Lives squad.
Yes, other side here for the double pincer tactic.
Hello?
There is no bridge available for the direct cross. Would be forced to drop on this rotation if necessary.
Hi.
You can already see Yaz doing that.
Hello
to
there.
try and close this gap to give Evolution what they need in terms of kicking
They on
things
the
off.
last game.
Playing straight off the scan, and a Thermite and Arcstar for the
What,
doors.
ALGS?
The boys have met back up.
Last game of season 19.
The Digi threat
Then they're off for a couple
alongside
weeks,
the
and then
Bangalore
it's
smokes, but 8 more seconds
yeah,
until
season
we get
20.
another smoke forward. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, still looking for any angle they can throughout.
Season 20.
But this is taking
You watch them
quite a
play
bit of
Apex.
time. I can
Yeah.
only imagine another team's gonna want a piece of this.
We know XSET is nearby. Whether they get involved is only seconds away. Shots from the other side, though, as a Wope is the first to find Nox, dashing out from the exterior angle, but is quickly picked up, just as clean as that was from XSET.
Here come the sleeping giants sitting on purple, gold, blue early on. They definitely have the armor advantage when it comes towards Nine Lives, and they are comfortable with everything they were able to pick up in Skyhook, even so much as so. Fun Pop's Beast of the Hunt
Love this.
flies forward, lets it rip, and just completely hits for flesh.
301
The follow-through
flatline.
from
What
Koi
the hell?
sends Voodoo down to leave just one Yuris on the
A lot
flyway
of
here
ammo.
towards Landslide, and both, if not all of them, Bloodlust
Ooh.
hurtling in the air,
They gone.
shots from afar, and the 2KP to reward themselves.
They gone.
Look, that's what they needed, right? Like, we start to think about where they were on that board, and they've got some points to get, and
teams already
script
out.
writers have some scripts to write
Damn.
for TSM towards that Lava Siphon zone, as we will be heading that way.
This feels like one of those days, though, Tiff. Even with the scripts as glorious as they are, it has been a tough, and I really mean it, tough road for the TSM boys here. They got themselves southern position, but this is looking to be one of those splits when we talk about the zone pull, catering maybe even a little bit further down towards where you see DNO, Legacy, and Moist.
it is true, but on the prior match day performance, TSM did end out in that 6th place. But with NA having 12 slots for LAN, TSM have nestled themselves after 3 prior match days, tied with Luminosity for 2nd on the overall scoring. For teams that still need to work their way up, like Legacy sitting in 21st, a match day win would do
Disguised,
so much
yo.
for them.
We do know though that for Moist,
The last
they set themselves
ALGS,
up well
they
going into the spot
were
map.
they won
just
Challenger
so points
Circuit,
ahead of second in a
and then
20
they
plus difference between themselves, 3rd and 4th. It ain't
were
Legacy
on
is
match
going to be
point.
almost what feels insurmountable for GKS or Disguised to do.
And with where the zone was
but
going that we
lost
just
to
checked in with
TSM.
as we kind of look
So
at
they went
the
from
skies and all of our teams,
Challenger
Moist
Circuit,
having
which is like
Big
not
Mod
pro league.
with a ring console. There's also a survey beacon over there. You can
Um,
drop down to Dome to either get crafting and more information before waltzing your way straight in.
So they went
launch
through
site.
like
But a
So
few
they went
teams
through
meandering
Challenger Circuit,
around
one Challenger Circuit to go
positioning
to
themselves on the further northern side of Lava Siphon.
I think
and
LAN,
Charmander to go through alongside JP.
and then they were like a completely unsigned team, just a
potentially
team
at
that
some
fucking made it, and they like
will
got a
say,
match
I
point
don't think they'll find it in
at
Geyser,
LAN. Like
of
it's
all
fucking
places.
crazy.
The slow rotate out from the west of that can be arguably just disgusting if they don't maybe opt for Big Mod. For Moist, I love this. Set upon what is crafting in Dome, they'll be able to walk their way into the south side of zone where we think
They did a bunch
is
of crazy
ending
shit.
with the best resource and sustainment of any other roster out there in the heat of, well, delivering a North American win.
I like how I was talking about them being able to have access to so many beacons and information, but they are one of our teams that are running a comp where you can utilize neither. No information, just your fighting power.
They don't need it. What are you talking about?
They're doing just fine.
If they find the enemy, it's in front of them. There's shots everywhere. That means there's a guy there.
Listen for the audio cues when we get that next zone pull and we pull deeper into launch site. So Legacy have really solid positioning around that center zone. Luminosity finds themselves sandwiched between TSM and Legacy, which is a little tough for them. Teams like Oxygen kind of going for a negative rotation. I know Enemy was putting some pressure onto them a little bit early on. We'll have to keep an eye on them.
Now, when we talk about this zone pull, I do look, once again, as I'll say, towards DNO with that platform in play. Sometimes you get that split between the valley and the minor bit of height it provides. Another good place to note is, as much as it is difficult with the amount of teams in Lava Siphon, playing that fence
Dude,
line
season 20 is
towards
going to
the
be
south,
crazy,
just
man.
outside of TSM's building can also be great if you are the
It's so
sole
fucking
remaining
how
team
many
who
dumb
comes out
things
on
are
top of the
adding
stack.
that are going to be nuts. Like if you get level 5 shields or level 4,
Checking in with our
I think
squads,
with
hitting their
Watson,
rotation.
the pylon,
do
like for alt,
Disguised
will spawn
positioning
arc
here in
stars.
tree. They did have access to a crafter.
Yeah.
There is a console there.
And if you get to, or it's level 2 and then level 3, I think it's one, maybe it's 1, 2, 3. I don't know. But the last one, she can place 2 pylons, and nobody knows really if you place 2 of them, if they'll both spawn arc stars or not.
But Blinkster and Arcology, they do land. They're looking for a little bit of a reset here. And
Ooh, they got a pick. Ooh, look how fast they fucking played on that, bro.
look who's on the hunt. GKS after a standout performance in map number 5, but they're not the only ones. Xset immediately move into Lava Siphon, break their door, and take their position.
I love this. I mean, this is perfect tactics in play here, and it will be the end of Oblivion as we know it. But for GKS, they immediately find out they've lost everything and more. Now going to be having a contest or a fight back into the positions of play ahead here, and that kill feed. That's something we've been waiting to see. TSM, one of the first major eliminations of the day.
Ooh, sweet, got a Kraber.
They've cleared out a vital spot towards that next zone. Essentially the sister building to the building that Xset has set themselves in, just on the southern side. A little bit more closer and in towards that next zone that we need. Checking back over towards Moist. Still trying to find their way out of that Stacks Dome area. Getting some information towards Tunnel. Now, mind you, we just talked about it. They don't have a scan legend. They just gotta use their brains and their aim.
Honestly, I think just clearing out their back and making sure a team like Sentinels or what we just saw from
And who is it? Caustic will be able, though you'll be able to heal in his smoke.
Moist to do here, right? They put pressure down. They become that last remaining
so I think that's why teams are playing.
they will have to find their way into a
I think that's why TSM's playing Caustic and Bangalore, because I think Bangalore will heal in her smoke as well.
Among this, like meat lovers, stuck on the low ground.
It won't be a lot. It'll be kind of like
Learn from Star Wars that the low ground is
probably
not
Octane, yeah, where it comes back very slowly.
We're working our way back up thanks to the zip here, and we just ambush on the res. I really do like the way this squad is approaching this. Between the zip, between the ground lift, throwing out a lot of ordnance, bringing in the ultimates, and A1 still holding on to that black hole. But back to the low ground they go.
A1's cracked on the other side, sticking the start of a battery there is from the death building over towards the south. They take shots from Native, and this is the reset Oversleepers were looking for, but not quite the recipe for what should be some hopeful fight success. Zip lines in play, and now, I mean, that's a screaming get up here move from Meat Lovers now. That's the sound of a Moby.
Here we go. A1's with the grab lift towards the top. Doesn't commit the black hole just yet. We want to make sure it's the right time. And Meat Lovers, the shield regens come through. Tech with the hip fire on the Havoc. We're able to get the knock on to Vaudry. The full comes through and a shield swap for Tech. Fight's not done. Job's not over. Charmander has the low ground now, and the dance begins.
Charmander
to get out towards that next zone. Time is of the essence, but they're not done. A1.
There's a whole ass character named fucking person in this game named Charmander. What the fuck?
23 seconds on the board with Valley in play out in the open for so many of our teams. When we talk about this next zone, it doesn't get
what the hell are they doing with this camera?
In terms of the official rotations, when we talk about this, guys are here.
I think it takes 24 hours.
In the perfect position to send the Oversleepers home. They've been out and they've been waiting.
Charmander just hit the firing squad of Sentinels, let's be real. And now they set their sights on their rotation with minimal time remaining. The last we saw on this trajectory for the rotation that we're witnessing here was Moist Esports on the outskirts. They're still going to have to walk their way into zone. The question is, will there be someone to stop them?
DNO.
I think we should do 135.
At least the platform. Moist, they've got their own issues with Furia ahead.
And Waltzy goes down. If Moist falls here in game number 6, Legacy is poised in a position already in launch site, closest towards that zone to make a play for the top of the leaderboard, which is exactly what they need to keep the playoffs dream alive. Guild and MT, dynamic duo, not going to be able to recover that.
Why?
Have decided to set their sights forward. The Furia, they're not done with Moist. They got one, they want more. Madness still out-angling, playing forward, looking for any more damage. But it's Moist hit the rotation. They run into the line of sight of so many other squads.
On the sides, and down below ain't much better earlier. There's many teams that love to play from underneath the platform, and especially this zone here.
Did you get yelled at?
No.
Well, the dude kept telling me to slow down like the rest of that race. But I was like, at the time I was like, this is gonna hurt a couple hours, and it really fucking hurts right now.
Cleanup.
Damn.
Potentially make their way back in. Heck.
Colin, did you see that? No, I was on the other side. Okay. Oh my god. Well, it might have been before you.
It was way. It was like right at the start of the race. Immediately takes
I fucking love go-karting, man. That's the only thing I ever want to do when I go to Tennessee. Is just go-karting.
But Sentinels has enough of their own issues at hand, because as soon as Sentinels start looking at Furia, Legacy pops out from launch site, and now we've got an entire.
Well, I'm checking my belly every once in a while to make sure it's not hard. We're good.
It's a tough
no, I
spot
definitely
getting inside to the fence line there.
probably at least 30 hours.
Team that has been on heavy defense with those Watsons will be an issue for them. Sentinels,
I'm just finishing game 6 of ALGS and then
might be facing their end.
play some
with a great
Battlefield.
wipe on one and now looking for revives.
If Legacy fall here, they could slip down the leaderboard. We lose our chances at a potential bonus point for winning 3 maps.
What?
But Zenile and Niazul in one of the biggest 1v1s for Legacy with 1 HP.
That can happen.
Legacy clutch it and send Sentinels packing.
I don't think this gets much better for them though, with zone closing
System
in.
restart required. Restart the system. Try
Just
again.
worst time here. It is unlikely that Legacy make it further in terms of
See you
those
later.
high-end game positionings as a single member left standing. This is going to be having this is the rat game of a lifetime.
Dropping gaming, cooking over there by the respawn, the mobile at hand.
Oh, what an ult. You ain't sucking shit, dog.
Such a thin line, threading the needle, putting the black hole down and trying to shoot essentially fish in a barrel for them. But as soon as they peek out, they get pressured from afar.
Arcstar.
And just into the top 5 in Arcstar.
Ooh, that icky sticky Arcstar.
You know they're screaming safe on me, safe on me. I'm out of the line of sight from that Arcstar.
Icky
Meanwhile,
sticky.
this is not the place any
Oh
one of
my
these
God.
teams need to be in.
What is
Disguise,
DSG
oxygen
doing?
drop in, TSM sharing space is the worst in this next zone here. We
The
talked about
solo.
that northern fence line in terms of play. You have a very
Yeah, they, like,
set of height among our official Apex
all
players
drop.
that are set on the
Like
edge
on
of that
the
hillside. That's it. Every one
I
of these
think I
squads
can't even
currently
tell what's
playing,
happening
even
half the
Exec,
time in
who's
this shit.
playing upon but
They
a
switch so
slice of a
quickly
pie.
and
I
like
would
so
dare
often.
say that literally just the crust.
Like who got
We'll
knocked?
have to move.
Oh no. Okay,
All
so
of the teams
TSM.
from Lava Sight,
Yeah.
and we turn our attention towards TSM going up against Oxygen,
TSM's
which is a
getting
massive
shit on.
fight for both of these squads. We lose Hal. Reps does get the shields back to full form, but the conduit ult is barricading them from moving right. They're still focused towards the left. The swing comes out. Not able to get the full just yet. We do have to keep an eye on the rooftop, and they do just that. The Sky Nade comes through before Verholst
Guess his update
looks to take a quick peek. Doubles down from the outside. We'll have to check in with them later because GKS is on the complete opposite side.
I like this, taking their time. They want to make sure that if they are to be the ones to play from height, they're the last ones to do so here. Exit in their own right. Losing out to Dropping Gaming leads me to believe that this is that final roster here with fights ahead, utility down.
Oh, there's
Perfect
design.
moment for them
Oh,
to
design
smoke
fall I
up,
think just
walk
got
in,
eliminated.
and potentially start to mop things up. The janitor
Or not design
crew.
full. No, it was design
Wow,
full, yeah.
squads are falling
On
left and
disguised,
right.
yeah.
Legacy, disguised, now Exet. Will it keep on going as GKS racks up even more eliminations? Oxygen to fall.
I can't wait to see how shit's played next season when Digis aren't on SMGs.
Popping up to one around the corner. They might miss out on a bit of damage, but they'll still
Are they gonna be on
Dropping
shotguns?
Gaming
Just
in
shotguns,
the
yeah.
end. TSM to 1. On the other side, Game Gladiators to another here.
I feel like that'll force people to play scan
GKS
characters
still
again.
looking to clean out their side of zone. They
Because
find Nano, and just like that, Game
with
Gladiators
the
has fallen into
SMGs,
final
like
five.
it sucks for Bangalore mains, but it's also like a
About to
buff.
occur with
It's like a
DNO
neutral, like
isolating themselves
it moves left
inside
and
of the
right.
building and Furia towards the outskirts. The issue is, if Furia decides to push in towards that building that DNO will have to leave eventually, Luminosity is likely to push into this and third party it.
Those zip lines are right.
There's some
below
other
this, and
characters.
it
I
gives
think
them a
Ash
perfect moment to come
gets
on up there. And
crazy
for
shit.
GKS, this is everything
Like,
they want and more here.
I think once
Only
you
what I
eliminate a
believe,
team,
6
it
or
will
7
ping the
points
next
off, potentially
closest team.
usurping Moist on what could have been their win. All they have to do is
And
wait.
then you can get
And
the
wait, they shall.
snare
Fury did the same for DNO to exit
if
the
you
building.
snare more than one
They're
person,
able to find some
it'll
shield
last
cracks,
twice
but we
as
look
long.
over that horizon with Luminosity just underneath them.
So it
Keelan
lasts,
is
like-
focused on Senox.
They
Watson
showed
is
it.
scouting.
Somebody showed it on
DNO's on the low ground alongside Luminosity,
Twitter, I
and
think, is where I
GKS
saw
is
it,
on the
where
other
it lasts
side.
like literally
We
30
expend
seconds.
out the
You're
Bangalore
snared for
ult,
30
but
seconds.
if
You snare
GKS
more than
peeks up, the frag grenade sends
one
Naughty
person.
sky high, and now they have to focus on healing, but they've already positioned themselves into second place.
It's a solid spot there. Heals in play. Furia with literally but an inkling of height available. We'll try to see what damage they can do to GKS before they themselves are forced to drop down. Great cracks from his Watson and Afar. They could be
This gun will be fucking nerfed to fuck, and the Hemlock,
maybe
dude.
they don't turn towards Luminosity first.
Can't wait.
Oh, that is absolutely disgusting. Meanwhile, DNO cleans house of GEKS, stopping them in their tracks. But for Luminosity, a Furia drops down. The final two occur. Watson gets decimated, and now Keon, the lone member of Furia, has to
they
close
win.
up. He
Okay,
barricades
I'll shut
forward,
the fuck
and
up.
Furia, take your final game of match day number 5.
Made me look like a bitch. You win. All right. Oh, I'm opening Titanfall. I'm gonna go pee while I open this game.
You guys know what is that? I Need a Hero. Is that Bonnie Tyler?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna ruin it for you if you click this link.
Okay.
But
I'm ready.
In certain parts of that song, it sounds like Tommy Pickles singing.
Oh my god.
And the link, it's only 7 seconds long. But it's totally changed.
I hate it.
Oh man. Chris is gonna be pissed.
My whenever I do an NVIDIA update, I get kicked out of Discord.
Figured.
Did you guys see that Frankie Muniz is trying to qualify for like the Daytona 500 or some shit?
He's been
Time
trying
to
for a
step
while.
up.
Has he? I just saw that.
Yeah,
I was
he's
like, what
been-
the fuck?
Driving for he's got a whole team.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Come on, Malcolm.
I know.
Side quest.
He was in
It's like a
something, I
side
don't
quest.
know. Do you see the thing that Colin just posted?
What the fuck is that?
It's gonna ruin it.
It sounds exactly like Tommy Pickles. Especially the first part.
Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh shit.
The birthday party we went to today, the guy was like, I don't want any gifts, just bring yourself. It's like, he provided, like, catered
Buffet
pizza,
food.
Italian food,
What
and
the fuck?
go-karting, and drinks, and got us all gift bags.
Dude.
Yeah. It's fucking great.
It's the fucking best birthday ever.
It sounds like one of those kids that never had like people come to his party. He's like, I'm gonna pay people to fucking come. Let's go. That's what I'd do. I've always wanted to have like a get together where I just give like weird ass gifts to people. Because I've heard people where they get like
this gift bag is like so just like I wanted to give goofy things to people, and it's awesome. He's got like Japanese snacks, like fucking these a bunch of stuff that you get from the Asian market that like Hunter and I already love, but I know the guy's Asian. He's like, I'm sure these are things that like he wants to show to all of his friends that like
all his white friends.
Yeah, why the fucking Asian market's got the best fucking food.
Right.
it's fucking great.
Wait,
I want to give people
Baldur's?
bread.
We have the 4 of us.
I'll play either one.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Literally just flip a coin. They both sound fun.
Somebody flip one.
Find a coin flip thing, Chris.
All right. I'm on it.
Better yet, start a vote in your chat.
I was about to say the same thing.
Bro, ain't nobody fucking gonna vote. Ain't nobody here.
Oscar will.
Google has one. All right, so what do you want heads to be?
Heads is Battlefield because we're already on it.
All right.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were already in.
It landed on tails.
All right.
Okay.
All right, we're switching over again.
Library.
I got this as soon as I click Baldur's Gate, Asterian's face is just right there.
They just had an update for that game.
Baldur's?
Mm-hmm.
What did they do?
They improved the kissing.
Nah.
I'm not even kidding though.
Colin, do you want to order food?
Yes, but you'll have to pay for this one because my
works for me.
I can't believe Nathan killed the main character.
Yeah.
That was so fucking funny though.
My goal in our playthrough now is to fuck Shadowheart. I'm gonna get that ass. That's what I'm gonna tell her. I don't remember who I'm playing. We started so many games.
Garf.
Am I Glarnik? I think that's who I was, right?
So.
Yeah, because Mithron Yoroto is fucking Nathan's.
Does not sound familiar to me.
Oh, DLSS?
For this game?
Yeah, it's on. Or it has it.
Colin, what sounds good?
I was wanting Chick-fil-A on the way back.
I need something with like low sodium because my blood pressure, if it goes up, my liver's gonna bleed.
Salad.
Oh my god, dude, I can't believe how fucking hard I hit that wall. I've never been in like a proper car wreck either. I think that's like the actual closest I've ever been.
I've been hit by a semi.
You have?
Well, I got clipped by a snowplow, but
No, I mean the
Larnick.
in Macon, yeah, they barely touched us though.
Glarnick.
Maybe I have a concussion. Maybe that's what's going on.
Damn.
Not actually. That helmet was way too thick.
Oh, we still gotta sleep, don't we?
Colin, if you want to do Chick-fil-A, yeah, just send me the bill.
I forgot I'm a mage.
Well, I'm gonna look at stuff.
Oh yeah, you're the yeah.
I'm a barbarian mage.
Mage. Did you subclass into the mage one?
Yeah, dude, I got so much shit I forgot about.
Paladin.
I have like
Paladin, but I still have
an action, bonus action, a rage charge, sorcery points, level spells, and cantrips. My fucking bar is gonna be the size of fucking.
Oh, you haven't gotten
Texas.
to the barbarian subclass yet.
No, I haven't even selected it. Yeah, I selected sorceress.
Okay, when you get to the barbarian subclass, you can pick something berserker and like mage barbarian, basically.
Do you want to suck my cock, berserker?
You guys ever have
What?
or been to Bakersfield?
It's
Bakersfield.
overrated.
It's a taco place.
It's over. Like if you want to get tacos and you're downtown, just go to Condado.
I got taquitos instead. The taquitos were fucking amazing.
Taquito
And
Taco Bell?
the chips and salsa and guac were also really good. I didn't really like Condado, but I've only been there once.
Condado is fucking amazing. The problem is they keep shrinking their portion sizes. Like every time I go there, it's smaller and smaller, and the prices keep going up. I'm like, I'm not paying $3.50 per taco.
Dude, my inventory is fucking stacked, but luckily I can hold fucking everything. Another player is currently choosing camp supplies. Oh, okay.
Is it not you?
Nope.
They let me do it. This time.
Fun.
Did you activate the sleep? I think it's whoever activates it.
Oh,
I didn't even know we could. I thought only you could.
-2. Oh, we all sighed in
that's
amazement. Larnick, the mage. I'm gonna jump, bitch.
I'm
I
gonna
have
go
my
ask,
cowboy hat on.
I'm gonna go ask that old bitch if she wants this. What's it called? This eyeball on this. It's not sphere.
I don't want to have spoilers, but we got to get enchanted armor for Gale too.
It's the four of us. We don't even have a party member.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like when you killed the main character. It'll eventually, like down the line, matter. I don't know what happens if we don't give him shit.
So I have this eyeball attached to it.
You're straight to the point, at least. But still, I'm not sure. Very well. Perhaps
Nope,
there's
she won't
potential in you.
You want to try some
Let's
different
see how
Chinese
you handle
places?
this.
See if we can find a good one.
I am indeed a disciple of Shah,
Not from delivery.
mistress of the night and lady of loss. I assume you've heard of her.
Yo, Shadowheart's a mistress of the night? I swear to God, I love lesbians, but if you fuck this up for me, Colin.
You shouldn't have told us your goals, because now I have a new goal.
To fuck your life up.
Don't you fucking touch her!
Curious. Most are afraid of my lady.
Wait, yeah, didn't Steam used to have
Perhaps you'll
Lunar
turn
New
out
Year's
to be a
sale?
worthy companion after all.
It's going on right now.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
You already know my
I don't
biggest
have it.
secrets. What more can you ask?
Give me that ass.
She took me in when no one else would. Without her, I wouldn't be alive. She's my mother. She nurtures me, cares for me, loves me. Don't believe the lies the Saloonites tell.
I'm gonna go do the refugee quest that we forgot to do.
Refugee quest?
That shitty town that we hate.
Oh, we're in fucking the bog.
Boulders.
Wade Boggs.
I just left.
Oh, I don't even know where the teleport is. Do you know where the teleport is over here, Nathan?
Nope.
You want to get White Castle?
Oh, it's south.
I would, but it doesn't deliver well.
It's over this way. There's the teleport. I'm down to wait too, because I don't know what Colin's plan is. If we fight here, he's trying to fuck Shadowheart. He's trying to play Mr. Steal your bitch.
Need any? Of course. But please, remember.
Hard cheese is trading. Damn.
That was my name.
You hear that shit? Shit was crazy.
Why is that in your head still?
It's because it sticks in your fucking head when you open it. We're right here. We were just waiting. I didn't know if you want to explore this or go with your brother. I don't know what he's doing. He's all fucking about.
We have to get Auntie Ethel's help, right?
Yep.
We sure. Wait, do we?
We don't need to. But
No,
that's
she
one
wants
of
our
the-
eyeball. Fuck that bitch.
Oh, well.
I'll give her my eyeball.
No,
we
because we
fight
have to
her
give her all our
or
eyeballs.
whatever.
Right?
Do we? I don't know.
You know, actually,
I figure that's just one of the ways through this first act. I don't know. I haven't.
Do you need me
I
to be over by you guys?
no idea.
I was gonna start this quest portal. We guys stop druids.
Auntie Ethel's a witch. She's a witch.
You going to give me one of those
her.
precious peepers? I'm afraid that's my
Perhaps
business
later.
matter. It's nothing nefarious, though. I promise. A touch, but sure you've two eyes in your skull, don't you? No need to... As you wish.
Bitch. From Nettie. You know, she ain't gonna help us out.
Shit. Let's go, bitch.
I don't know.
You think it's fighting?
No.
No. Okay. I'm just doing this stupid druid quest.
What other quests do we have to like go? Ask the Goblin
so if you go to
Priestess.
Quest, yeah, the Priestess.
You know, Auntie Ethel will want. Yeah.
That we're getting Halson in the other one.
We could find
get the
Zoru.
We need Lysel if we want to do that one. We need to take her in our party to do that one.
How do you get more inspiration?
How do we take her in our party if there's 4 of us?
One of us has to be her.
Oh.
Let's get Chili's.
He wants his baby back.
Baby back.
There's a ribbit over here. There's a frog and a hiss. It's a snake frog. Bro, this frog is covered in mucus.
Kaga's a bitch. Can we kill her?
Who?
lady.
Oh yeah, fuck druids, dog. They seem fucking up my ass. They seem like assholes.
Do we want to do the goblin one this time?
We can. I'm down to do the goblin one. How are we gonna get the goblin out without getting fucking obliterated?
You just don't do what you did last time.
Oh, the priestess? That's in the camp, right?
Oh wait, it's too.
Oh,
late
that's
for
a
that, right?
different one. No, that's we can go back there. That's a different one.
No, it says find the goblin priestess. That's the one that Mill was talking to when we did it.
Oh, that's.
Where's that? Yeah, where's that at?
Let's do the fucking move. Stupid dog.
I don't even see this one. Oh, the goblin camp? Wait, which one's the goblin camp one? I mean, I guess we can do the goblin camp.
Holy shit, Chili's is fucking expensive.
Oh yeah, we had to do the goblin camp actually, because they're both up there. Yeah, Chili's don't play. I was telling Katie today, I don't even like restaurants anymore. Like thinking about it, like everything is just overly priced, and you can get fast food that is better than 90% of chain restaurants now. It's fucking horrible. I think we go north for the village. I think we cut up through here. You guys want a rotten carrot?
I thought I looted these already.
I'm just robbing people.
I don't know why there's a question mark on this thing.
What thing?
Oh, there's a hatch.
Oh yeah, I went down the hatch. I didn't see anything down there.
Holy shit.
Is Nettie gonna help me get this shit out of my idol?
No.
Probably not.
Fuck her, though.
What button is it to look at things? To highlight areas on the map?
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
What? Who just said that?
You heard that, right?
Yeah.
I think it was.
It's where I am. There's a mine player in the bottom.
Oh.
Because you didn't look in the sack here. There was a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what the button is to highlight the map. The lootable things. What button is that? Is it all? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I thought I pressed alt, and I was like, why isn't that working? I think I can use shields.
Open this Bacardi.
Party hardy.
Ugh. I used my teeth.
Ow, fuck that.
Mango.
How did we get over to the village? Is it this way? Yeah, the village. Orc,
You okay?
not the orc. The what the fuck are they called? Goblins. Are you okay? I can't think what the fuck they were called.
They're south. They're across this bridge. I don't know if I can hang out.
Oh, I thought we got there north too.
Can you get up there that way?
I don't know. I don't have it
I've never
unlocked.
been there.
What the fuck? Oh, it's saving. Hot Oscar Big and I are exploring. The bridge is out.
I forgot that was your name.
Yeah, we can jump the bridge here. There's a shit ton of food in there. Holy piss.
Oh, yeah. I saw that on someone's playthrough. There's like a bunch of enemies up there, I think.
Oh. Yeah, like this
Those things that
hyena.
pop open. Yeah, they pop open
right
when
through these people. They didn't.
We probably need you.
What does the dice stuff mean? Like 1d10 plus 5? I don't understand. 2d6 plus 4?
So you're rolling 2 d6s.
So 2 6-sided dice?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think.
So, you need to kill it. You need to, or else if it does explode, then an enemy comes out that's got more HP.
The hyena?
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna let you talk to it.
Oh, it's dead.
Oh, there's a live one here.
Oh, well, regardless, the ones that are there.
I got a rare spear. Does anybody want it?
I think Nathan might be talking to it,
Hear
actually.
what comes next before you see it.
I'm gonna kill
a
it.
sharp snapping of bones
Yeah, you need
and a
to-
yelp of pain
Yeah,
as
I was
her
watching
body
this
starts to
before.
twist and undulate. You land a swift strike
Bro,
against her skull.
you are killing everything in this fucking playthrough.
It's supposed to die. You can't.
People.
say
No, you actually
Whatever
want to kill those
horrific
because if they
creature was
don't, they
growing inside the
explode in a
hyena.
corpse.
Dying along
Hyenas?
with her.
What are you gonna kill next, dog? Now we gotta kill its whole family.
Easy.
It's easy. Like killing babies. Was that South Park reference? And then he just goes, yes, it is.
Your magic fizzles with new potential. Select a meta magic. What?
They're gnolls. The gnolls are growing inside of them. And if you don't kill them, then the gnoll will spawn with like more than 12 HP.
I can't do anything. Can't even. I don't have range still. I gotta get a bow.
That hyena's going for help.
You don't have a bow?
Nope.
Goodness.
I got magic for the bow,
Oh yeah, duh.
but I can't hit my attacks.
Damn, I can't hit it even with my bow. Yeah, that won't be enough damage even if I crit. Well. Can't dip my sword in blood.
Oh yeah, try that.
I'm gonna try to jump over the wagon.
Yeah, those are gnolls.
What in the fuck?
Should I be killing these hyenas?
Oh,
shit.
I threw acid. Oh, it didn't make a pool though, bear fuck. I was hoping it would make a pool.
What the fuck?
Dude. 91%.
Yes.
These fiends.
Examine.
Monstrosities is what they are.
Okay, Raphael. Fucking getting my friends.
Jeez.
Oh.
Alright, getting crit. Don't mind me.
Oh, they have bows. Oh, they have bows.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dude, I've been stuck talking to
Oh.
fucking Raphael forever. He just ambushed me and teleported me to some bougie ass hotel.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Push out, motherfucker. Oh no, oh, that's. Oh, thank God you're there. I was like, oh no, I'm getting flanked.
Is that me or hard cheese?
Dude, I'm so far. I'm about to just.
You fucking knocked off my concentration too.
I'm just gonna have to move up here. There's nothing I can fucking do. Can't hit this fucker.
Look, we got some temp HP and stuff each turn.
There's a lot of them.
I don't have anything I can throw either. I was trying to throw Nathan at him. I literally was like, I would have thrown Nathan, and it said he was too heavy. Oh, dude, this one looks like it's gonna fucking leap at me. Demonic bite these nuts, bitch. Oh, what the fuck?
About goddamn time.
Dude, you got a fucking hammer? Fucking beat that fucking dude. Bitch. His shit. Yeah. Fuck him up, bro. Beat his ass. Yeah.
Ooh, 60, that's not ideal.
Fucking hit him. Hell yeah, rock his socks off.
He almost died.
Now push his ass.
Push him.
Push him.
I'm
Fucking
homeless.
shove him. Dude, I'm
gay.
fucking dying.
I'm
I'm
new
new
in
in town.
and I push it.
I am dying, and I have no potions.
Is there ever a time when you shouldn't react? Like, do you lose an action?
Oh, sorry, I was not.
Yeah, hurry up.
I don't know.
For those ones, no.
Nice.
Okay. Unless you just want to fuck with your friends.
Yeah. Sometimes they're like you only have one or so.
Listen. Oh my god. Love it.
Push.
Ooh.
Why is this so much lower? I would prefer to walk over and attack him. Only 60%.
And I put my monster in defense position. Your turn.
You just activated my trap card.
Holy shit. What the f? Holy shit.
Oh, I'm up. Shit. Alright, I mean, I would like higher accuracy. That would be
What, don't we all? Shit.
Dude, yeah. It's like we're missing everything. 60, 84. Okay, why would I not use this? Oh, because I... Whatever. Are you...
You got him.
Sure, let's do it. I wonder if I run... Can I pick him up? Wait, hold on. Damn, too heavy to throw. Watch this.
Damn. All right.
You might have to kill that. Oh no, it doesn't.
Oh.
I'm running out. Holy shit.
Gee.
I'm running out of things to throw, guys.
Yay!
Find throwables. Throw them to your cheese.
I only need one roll to get up, at least.
This says I have disadvantage on this, so I am not going to do that. How do I cancel? There we go.
Yay. I only have a bonus action. I healed 5 from that. Come on.
Is that like the lowest you can get? There's a lot of intestines just hanging out.
All I can do.
Oh, those are both Null Hunters. Fuck that shit. Let's see, what else can I throw?
The Null Hunter 3 times per turn. Dude, I've been crit fucking 3 times.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, because they're frenzied. Shit.
That's what I just said.
Well, GG's.
No, we're good. Don't worry.
You gonna throw a little knife at him? Why did they do so much damage?
Dude, I told you, I'm going for the shittiest, most disrespectful build possible.
Why did they?
It involves
choose
throwing rocks and
that?
stuff. Ah, dude, I'm out of things to throw. All right. All right, I guess we'll just use a bow like a normal hard cheese.
I don't think I can do anything.
Try and bait since I have
Damn.
almost full health. Yeah, they really just don't like attacking me or Nathan.
Nope.
The two with the most health, they're just like, nah.
I love how dudes laying on the ground are just. You just hear Chris over there.
Yeah.
Dude.
Crazy.
Oh my god.
Okay,
My
I'm killing
turn.
this
What am
guy.
I gonna do?
Chris, you're dead.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna die. And then I'm removed from the game, bro.
Really? Fuck this guy. Probably should have started with that.
Are you gonna die?
No. If I one more turn, I would have died.
Yeah.
What does that entail?
I don't have a character anymore.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You can use a revive scroll.
Oh, that's what. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, we have those.
Here, Chris, come here.
Thank you. You can pick up your dagger. Dude, there's so much food over here. I'm about to fucking have so
where's my
many
dagger?
supplies. I'm picking up all this food just for our fucking camp.
This must be where the North are.
I'm like a fucking hobbit, bro.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
This guy's got a short sword.
Just another crate.
Just another crate.
Just another crate.
What does Dead Agent have? Oh, a short sword.
Yeah, right.
Should we do a rest?
We.
So I'm walking into an area, a bunch of dead things. So
Yeah. We
There's some stuff up here.
might need to just to be safe, honestly.
Oh my god, Null Warlord, 85 HP.
Cause how much
Let's
healing
rest.
do you have? 85?
I'm totally out.
Yeah. Let me get up with you guys and then we'll rest.
Are we going to Nathan or?
Yeah.
Carlac.
Is that what's up here, Nathan? Is that what you saw? I thought you guys were together. That's my bad.
it's a bunch of dead shit.
Yeah. Let me know when you
let's
guys are
just rest
good.
here. Colin,
I'm good.
do you need to be with us?
No, he's in the back on the bridge. Yeah.
Oh, rad. Oh my god, dude, my shoulder hurts so bad.
What is the food while we're here?
Oh fuck, Gale needs enchantment. Guarantee it. He's fucking wanting to chat.
Spare me a moment, if you please. I've something important to discuss with you. We've been traveling together for a while now, and it's just about time that I shared something with you. It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but needs must when the devil drives. I have no choice but to speak. You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
Wait a minute.
The specifics are rather personal, but suffice it to say that it is a malady I've learned to live with, though not without some effort. What it comes down to is this. Every so often, I need to get my hands on a powerful magical item and absorb the weave inside. No, it's nothing like that. Magic isn't a narcotic to me, it's quite literally a lifesaver. I would not burden anyone other than myself with this were the stakes not so high, and the means of obtaining such artifacts challenging for a humble wizard to face alone. It's been days since I last consumed an artifact, since before we were abducted. It is time, and by that I mean it's imperative that I find and consume strands of weave at the earliest possible juncture. We've already done the finding. In fact, you have one in your possession. You know for yourself how hard-won such an item was, and it will be no easier when even more are required to assuage my hunger. There'll be danger involved, or great cost.
I don't know,
Whatever you want.
Splendid. Bit of boldness will serve us well. As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need.
Ready to rest?
Almost. Drakes.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just kind of want a burger.
We can get Wendy's. They've actually been delivered.
That hit the spot. I can feel it work.
Yeah, I know. I was
The
fucking
magic, it's like a lullaby that sings to sleep the demon inside. A metaphorical demon, I haste to point out, but no less dangerous. And no less bound to wake up again to continue its ravages. Such is the nature of all monsters. Grateful as I am, the course of our camaraderie is much better served by not taking that particular detour.
Also, the nacho
Not just yet.
burger.
Sincerely, though, I understand I ask a lot from you with
It
few
literally
answers in
tastes like
return.
nachos.
But in time,
which is
all will
awesome.
be told.
As advertised, tastes it. No,
My
you
lord,
don't want it.
I bow to your boundless kindness.
Can we order through the Wendy's app? Will it be cheaper?
I have no idea. I didn't even know
I gave him my gloves.
that. You know, then
I
that
was
means we're
wondering
gonna,
what you gave
they're
them.
gonna have to deliver.
It is what it is.
We'll carry on.
Oh, I'm definitely bleeding internally.
I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Okay, doke.
Which traveler's chest is mine?
Connor, you seen if their app does stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Wait, the Super Bowl's tomorrow?
Yep.
Shows you I pay attention to football.
It's alright.
said, wait till Super Bowl someone. Oh man. Know what I'm doing?
Playing video
Nothing.
games?
Probably. I'm big chillin'.
Are we not ready to go to bed?
Oh, I didn't click anything.
Oh my god.
Nice. We sleeping.
Nice. Oh, fuck you.
Dude.
I hate it here.
Alright. I'm ready to fight.
I'm ready to find another fucking teleporter.
Oh, I found a bow.
There are not nearly enough fast travel points.
Withers. It's like $12 for a Baconator meal, large.
On the app?
$3 service fee and free delivery.
That's dirt cheap compared.
Who the fuck
it'd
is
just be-
Anders in here? I don't like this guy. Oh, Nathan's in here.
Corpse, half rotted to mush. Must have been down there a 10-day or more. It was a toll house. By the time we arrived, it was more like a slaughterhouse.
Was that
There's
one for
more
you, one for me?
monsters than coin moving down this road.
Yeah, I mean, I want the same thing, just with mayo.
There's a locked door down the hatch. Doesn't look like anyone's managed to get in. If there's any gold left, that's where it'll be.
Dude, your beard was glitching out for me.
Wait, Colin, I mean, I'm...
Are you going down the hatch?
Oh, hell yeah. Where's the hatch?
I don't know. That's what she said, though, right? There's gold down in the hatch.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go loot everything real quick.
Okay.
Who's there? Please, keep your distance. You're welcome to shelter here, but we've grave injuries to tend to. A devil, the most deadly foe we've yet encountered. We are paladins of Tyr, Lord of Justice. He sent us after an infernal being, straight out of the Nine Hells, hiding in the form of a one-horned tiefling. She slaughtered countless refugees fleeing the Absolute. Yesterday, she butchered an entire family without mercy.
Split 29.
We were lucky to survive our encounter
What's that dude
with her.
want to talk about, Chris?
Talking about a devil that killed a bunch of people, and that he's a paladin, like, of Tyr.
You can't split them. Doesn't say.
She ran toward the river when she saw we were merely wounded, not dead. Down the hill from here. She must pay for her crimes.
So the
If you
monster
capture her,
ran
you will
down
serve
by the
Tyr
river.
when we could not. This is the sword of justice.
To his
Blessed by
van?
Tyr. I've wielded it
God
since
damn
I
it.
swore my oath.
Yeah.
It's all I have. But it's yours if you stop her. Bring me her head, and Tyr will consider her crimes repaid. May the just God guide you.
We got to go kill this monster because homeboy's gonna give me his sword.
That's fine.
I don't think I can use it though. It's a double-bladed, so it'll be, I think.
You just want to plug in my card. It's right. It's over there. Home address.
Oh, that stench. Body must have been here a good while.
There's a door over here. I don't trust it.
Looting everything.
Black and orange.
Black and orange. There's fucking sausage in here, bro.
Behind my ID.
I'll fucking use this. This looks sick, bro. Where did I take that? Where's that? Hell yeah, look at my ass. I got a fucking trident now, dog. Oh, you can use two-handed swords, can't you, Nathan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this guy's gonna give us a sword.
Fuck.
It's impossible to lockpick. Maybe that monster will have the key or something.
Yeah, this is where the monster is.
I thought the monster was down in the river.
Oh, I thought the monster was down the hatch.
Oh.
I thought that's what she said. I don't know. I'll
Oh,
talk
well,
to her.
the guy said the monster went down by the river.
Oh.
Down by the river.
Sleeping in his van.
I'll wait until we're all good to go down by the river because I don't want to go get my fucking ass handed to me.
I'm going down by the river. I don't know where it is. Did you find the river?
Yeah. It's right here.
Oh.
Oh, there's the
Don't worry,
key.
Chris.
You see the key?
I'll do it myself. No, I don't see it.
To the left.
Oh, yeah.
I bet since these are toll collectors.
It might open the toll house vault.
The troll toll.
There's that monster. Level 32.
Oh, we got this. I'll go talk. You talk.
Nope, I think it's you.
It's not a monster. It's just a poor little girl.
One horn. This is the devil Will and the paladins of Tyr want dead.
Gods. Is he still on my tail? You with the so-called paladins of Tyr? Or straight from the Grand High Devil herself? I'm no devil. And you're no bounty hunter. I saw you...
A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood. The Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through
Fucking
Avernus.
piercings, bro.
This woman was on the front line.
What was that? Not by choice. I'm a good skull. From that peek I got into your head, I'm not the only one with problems on top of problems. A mind flayer tab. I'm Karlak. And you are...
Your fucking name, bro. It looks so stupid in a lineup of fucking answers.
You know, I don't really want to kill you. So hear me out before you do something you can't take. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good at killing demons. Really good. So good, Zariel, the Archdevil herself, made me her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. Took me 10 years to properly escape, but now I'm free. Zariel sent goon after goon to hunt me down. But believe me when I tell you, I'm not going. The latest yappy little dogs she sicked on me are nearby. A group of dopes posing as paladins of... Fuck yes. They cornered me outside the toll house
I
just
thought
up the
they
hill.
were bad.
Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. After we've mopped them up, we can work on evicting this parasite and take Faerun by the short hairs.
Right.
Sound good?
Who we killing?
Right. Do you want to log out real quick? You want to log out real quick? Does Colin need to log out if he's going to run and grab Wendy's real quick?
I mean, we can all log
I'd
out real
hug
quick.
you if it wouldn't scorch your skin off. Hang on, though. Looks like you've got enough backup at your side. Not sure there's room for me.
It's next week.
I'll catch up with you when it's time to camp for now. But
Yeah, we can just log out. I can say real quick.
Okay.
Because I think Nathan and I are gonna go slaughter some fuckers.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We were talking to this chick. And these guys
Some
are bad.
Cunt.
Jeez. What
Oh,
the?
sorry. I was talking about the girl inside.
Oh, the
Not
shorty.
that. Yeah. She was
Not
a
like
bad
not
one.
like shoddy, but like a shorty.
Yeah.
Not short at Sade.
Shoddy.
What are we doing?
He's gonna go pick up food.
And what are me and you doing?
Yeah, I just love it.
What you're talking about on your guys' file?
Oh, no. Like in game, we were just about to go slaughter some people.
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
sweet.
we're gonna go back and kill those two people we talked to. That's
Yeah.
what she wants to do.
But she's
Or
not
wants us
coming
to do.
with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can just go to camp, and then I'll drop myself off and bring her.
Do we have to bring her to kill him?
That's what she said.
Oh.
She said, your party's too full, so go back and do some shit. And I was like, okay. Oh, man.
I'm watching Chief.
I'm watching Jordan. I'm fucking tired, dude.
You already drink that other energy drink?
Hell yeah. I drank that shit when we went to the children's museum today. I was like, I'm
Need a
gonna
Coke
need this
Zero.
for all these kids. Dude, I drank 2 fucking Dr. Peppers already.
You need a fourth?
I need fucking something. I tell you what, man.
What time is it? Ah, it's only 10.
Yeah, I'm a giant pussy. I'm old. That's my problem. I'm fucking old.
I slept fucking
The youngest one.
3.5 hours last night.
Bro, I don't know how you do that shit. You wouldn't fucking catch me playing games. I'd be fucking napping so hard right now.
I think it's working all day. I think that's, I don't know, days where I don't sleep at all and then I'm home the next day, I'm just gassed.
I think my
Dude, I'm
problem
getting
is
that
I'm
Burger
home
King
all the
commercial
time.
again. Yeah. Home makes me tired.
Hell yeah. I'm home every single fucking day because the weather's so shit that we can't really fucking go do anything.
Yeah. Today was decent, right? Or
It wasn't
yesterday
bad.
was better.
Yeah, yesterday was good.
Was it
Friday
yesterday?
yeah, yesterday was Friday. Yeah. And we went for a walk and everything yesterday, which was nice.
Yeah.
Then went and got coffee and a donut. That's my chopsticks that I ate my chips with.
I'm going to get x-rays on my wrist on Tuesday.
Really?
Yeah, it's still fucked up.
Damn. That fucking sucks.
Got an appointment at I don't know what you call it. I guess a physical therapist, and they were like, we'll probably doing x-rays.
That's fucking
It's like right on
ass.
that spot. Remember when I used to get those big ass cysts on my wrist?
Oh yeah.
It's like right in that same spot, and then now it's just, I mean, it's like the whole wrist area was just pulsing with hot pain. But it's like steady, just stinging pain in that area, so. But I used to
Damn.
pop them all the time, and it wasn't a big deal, so I don't think I just popped one.
Right.
Because this fucker's hurt for a week.
All right, chat. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm probably gonna get off soon. Fuck it. I'm crashing.